Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our September executive meeting here at the Luttrell Room in County Hall. And welcome to those who are both present and to those who are online. It is our first meeting of the executive since the sad passing of Councillor Nick Cottle. The funeral is on Wednesday, and I know many colleagues will want to join us there. And full tribute will be paid at the next full council. And I also just wanted to note the sad resignation of Councillor Christine Lawrence, who's been a great servant to this council over very many years and its predecessors. And we wish her well in her retirement and with her health difficulties. Okay, so just do our usual preamble. It's only executive league members present in the room that are taking the decisions at the meeting. Others in attendance are here to provide advice. There are no planned fire drills today, and in the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. If anybody present may need assistance exiting, then please do let a member of the Democratic Services team know. So our agenda and papers have been published on the council's website in advance of the meeting, and the council recognises the importance of striking a balance between opportunities for the lawful expression of views. However, unacceptable behaviours or actions that cause disruption can lead to our meetings being adjourned. The council will make a recording of the meeting, and this will be published in due course. So just to highlight, we're using hybrid formats this morning, so executive league members and key officers are present here in the Luttrell Room in County Hall. Other elected members and officers may physically or remotely join the meeting and speak on specific agenda items or observe, and the meeting is being broadcast, and therefore other members of the public and partners may be observing the meeting remotely. Just to highlight those of you who are joining us online, that the chat function is solely for the purpose of this meeting and to indicate that you wish to speak, and people will be brought in at my invitation. If you could say your name before speaking, otherwise please can we make sure that microphones and cameras are off. Can I just advise everyone that we are just going to change the running order slightly, so that item 16, the Workforce Programme Council Restructure 24-25 Closure Report, will be taken ahead of item 15, the whole Council Transformation Update and Strategic Transformation Partner, which I will probably forget by the time I get there and will be sharply nudged by the Chief Executive. So move on to item 1, which is apologies for absence. We have apologies from Councillor Graham Oakes and Councillor Richard Wilkins. Both are on annual leave, though I am told not together. And any other apologies? Not seeing anybody. I noticed we've got apologies also from Claire Winter, and Richard Selwyn is stepping in. Welcome, Richard. We have minutes from our previous meeting. Are there any amendments from our meeting on the 6th of August that anyone has spotted? Not seeing anything. Can I say I propose? Councillor Leyshon seconded. Councillor Shearer, all those in favour, please. All those against, that is clearly carried. And are there any declarations of interest in today's agenda? No, can't see any, which moves us on to public question time. I know we've got several public speakers who've indicated. Can I just ask, several of them have asked they could speak when the agenda item comes, which I'm happy to allow it. Any of you want to speak now, please? Okay, so can I ask, it's Diana, isn't it? Yeah, Diana, if you'd like to come to the speaker's rostrum, please.
My name is Diana Scorer, and I am a retired mum and grandmother trying to survive on a fixed income. I came to the August 27th meeting of the Scrutiny and Resources Subcommittee because I was interested in finding out more about the proposed transformation partnership. I understand that the plan is to spend £20 million on a partnership with an unnamed and as yet unappointed partner over 7 years to find £100 million of saving to save Somerset Council from its financial difficulties. Some excellent points were made in that meeting, both for and against. For example, Councillor Hobhouse explained that out of the £600 million annual budget, 400 million was committed to the statutory requirements of social care. This leaves only £200 million, by my maths, from which to save the 100 million needed. It was interesting to hear that despite increasing levels of need, social care had managed to save 40 million from its current budget. Several councillors expressed concerns about the proposals, including Councillor Mansell, Councillor Osborne, and several others. However, all these reasonable concerns appeared to be cast in the shadows when Mr. Heafy, the acting finance director, spoke later, making it very clear that really the council should follow the recommendations to take on a partner for this exercise. He outlined the penalties the council might face if they do not follow such a course of action. And I am aware how difficult it is for councillors and councils to go against the recommendations of their senior officers, whose role, after all, is to advise them of the correct course of action. Now, Mr. Heafy is an accountant of some stature. He's worked in a number of local governments and worked on a number of projects working with partners. He has a width and breadth of experience to bring to this council, which is, no doubt, why he was appointed. There must too be others employed in the council who have similar depth of expertise. So my question is simply this: given the backgrounds of such senior staff, who are, after all, paid for by the council, why is it not possible for these professional and experienced staff to at least make some proposals first, before bringing in consultants? After all, they are in-house staff already, are working daily with Somerset Council, and know the local area and local staff. Surely any incoming consultant will need time to discover this. And also if, as was said at the meeting, the consultants will hit the ground running and make savings from the start, why isn't this being done already? As indeed Councillor Hobhouse has demonstrated is possible.
Thank you so much for the question, and I'll call on Councillor Theobert Philip to respond.
Thank you very much for your question. Somerset Council is fortunate to have a dedicated and talented team of staff at all levels. Our staff have been central to shaping the transformation agenda and continue to play a vital role delivering change. Over recent years, they have been working tirelessly to reduce costs and bring forward proposals to help support the future sustainability of the council, whilst also enabling this administration to deliver for the people and communities of Somerset. I can strongly recommend reading the council's recently adopted transformation plan, which is available on our website. If you do, you will see clearly outlined our direction of travel and many change projects and transformation initiatives which are being brought forward by our officers listed in the appendices. Were it the case that the council had not started this work, that would indeed be concerning. However, I can assure you that an enormous amount of work has gone on in these areas of search already. The appointment of an external partner will bring much needed additional capacity and experience to this work. This is a partnership model. The external partner will be working with our existing staff, many of whom, as you correctly identify, have a great deal of relevant experience to bring to this. I can assure you that the whole organisation is continually looking for initiatives which bring forward savings and help deliver for the people and communities of Somerset. Our My Life, My Future initiative with adult social care and our Homes for Horizons initiative with children's services are just two such examples. We have also recently delivered a restructuring of the council, which has led to an ongoing saving in excess of £33 million a year. It is proposed that our new external partner will work with us to build on this work.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. And my understanding is that other public speakers wish to come in later on the agenda item. Is that correct? I'm happy to allow that. Thank you. So we have agenda item 5 is questions from councillors to the executive, and there were no questions received within the deadline. So we move on to item 6, executive forward plan. Are there any comments on the forward plan as published? Not seeing anything from members of the executive. Anything from any other members? No. So we note that that forward plan. And we move on to item 7. If we continue at this rate, we may actually finish ahead of schedule. Who knows? We have item 7, which is our general fund revenue and capital budget monitoring Q1, which is on pages 37 to 128. I'd like to invite Councillor Liz Lisham to introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will keep my introduction brief. We had month 2 at Executive. This is our first quarterly budget monitoring, and it covers, of course, revenue and capital. I will in a moment hand over to Nicola Hicks, who will take us through detail in her position as Deputy 151 Officer. I just want to draw all colleagues' attention to on page 48, item 40, under financial and risk implications. If we need a summing up of our situation and the Council's financial position remaining extremely fragile, in the words of this report, and we cannot afford to relax our focus on financial control and our budget responsibility and accountability. So we are already hearing from public questions about transformation. We completely understand the need for that whole council transformation. As an executive, I know we've discussed this, but I think it's worth mentioning again that we have accepted that from this financial year, we will be reporting quarterly on budget monitoring alongside performance, corporate performance monitoring and risk monitoring. So those 3 quarterly reports will all come together. I just want to assure colleagues that we will still have internal reports on a monthly basis for budget monitoring so that we understand exactly the trends as they are happening and that we will not be looking retrospectively at how we are doing on our budget monitoring. So I'd like to hand over to Nicola Hicks, if I may, who will take us through detail on the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. So if we start by talking about the executive summary on page 37, you will see there we're forecasting currently an overspend for this financial year of 5.409 million. This is notwithstanding the fact that we had 43 million of capitalisation directed this year. So it's really important that members note that in terms of if we hadn't have had that, we would have been looking at a budget gap for this financial year of 48.409 million. So the importance of that in terms of where we are as a council and the need to make savings and bring down our expenditure is, as Councillor Lation just outlined. Paragraph 4 talks about the fact that we've got a corporate contingency of 12 million. There's been some allocations from that corporate contingency since the end of June, but they weren't included in the figures because this Q1 report takes us up to the end of June. But the paragraph there details that the allocations have been to the DMP per the approval from the executive last month, and also a small amount of money to support the Minehead Community Fund. Just in paragraph 5, we talk about the work continues on our assumptions. We're doing lots of work at the minute to try to set the 26-27 budget. We're talking with services about their forecasts for the year as well as their assumptions for what's needed or what may happen next year. I think that we will start to see some of that come to fruition in our reporting for 2 when we bring it forward, because we're already trying to identify anything that can help towards this year's predicted or forecast overspend. If we just go down into the body of the report on page 39, table 1 there gives a high level summary of the net budget per and shows the full year projection and the variance for month 3. This table has been amended from our previous reports to be a much higher level reporting table, but the previous reports that members will be used to, the previous table is still included in each of the appendices, so you can see that in each of the appendices for the services, which is broken down into a lot more detail and rags the status in terms of whether they've got a forecast variance, positive or negative. Members will recall that we moved that corporate contingency budget into a reserve, so that's been reflected in our figures going forward as well. So any allocations from that are not included in the table. Paragraph 8 talks about the key movements that we've seen. Largely the overspend is in relation to adult services and housing, in the increase in temporary accommodation. There's been a small decrease in the forecast overspend for children's. However, that forecast overspend is still there. They've just been able this quarter to mitigate some of the cost because of a movement in a high cost external placement. But as we know, that service can change on a daily basis depending on what the children that come into care. So that could have changed already. We just need to keep a moving picture of that. And then in community, place and economy, there's an increase in overspend from month 2 there, 1.282 million in regards to infrastructure and transport. That's largely in relation to a saving that was put into the budget to materialise for fleet utilisation and maintenance, that actually we have had some delays in the implementation of that savings. So the service are flagging that there is a risk there of that not being achieved in this financial year, and therefore they're flagging it in their figure, which we are asking them to do. Just if we go down to the bottom of the page, paragraphs 9, 10 and 11 there talk about the DSG, the fact that there's been a small negative movement in the forecast deficit there, and that's due to the additional pressures in the high needs block. There's much more detail in Appendix C with regards to the high needs block. If we just go down into the report on page 42, we look at the savings, the MTFP savings that were put forward. We'll see there, out of those that were included in our budget for 25-26, we've achieved 11% with 81% on track. It's really important that we do try and push as many from on track into delivered, in order to mitigate the risk of the effect that could have on 26-27 budget. You will see there the risk there, the 3.818 is largely, as I've said, £1 million of that is in relation to infrastructure and transport alone, but there is a separate appendix which details all of the savings and their status, which is Appendix I. If we just go down the page, collection fund there on page 43, you will see both in relation to council tax and business rates, our collection is above what we'd forecast. So that's a good position there for those rates. Just in terms of treasury management, we're currently undertaking a review of our profile of our debt and our investment, in the gain that we get from having some investment, and we're looking at that in relation to 26-27 budget, and we will also look at if there's any impact on what we'd included in the original budget for 25-26, and we will build that into Q2 report. Chart 2, which is on page 44. Members previously requested that we amend this chart so that it's very clear the change in comparison year on year. Unfortunately, we don't have the data going back for the start of 23-24. December is the earliest point that we have that collection of data, and that was due to the implementation of our financial system and the fact that we just didn't have that as a recorded combination of debts. But I could initiate the team to go back and find that. It's just an additional piece of work that we haven't done at this point in time. But I think capital programme, if we go on to page 45, you will see there it forecast to spend at 281 million. Paragraph 30 details some reasons behind the spend for month 3 and talks about the contingency is the movement there in terms of slippage at the minute to forecast into future years. But obviously that, depending on how we need to utilise that contingency, that's just the forecast at present. There are some proposed removals from the capital programme, which are detailed on page 46, and the capital appendice has more information on this should you members require it. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nicola. Can I just take this opportunity to inform you that the fire alarm may go off at 10:30. If it goes on for more than 20 to 30 seconds, we are to evacuate. If it does stop, then we can just take a brief interlude. It is quite loud, which is a good thing, but just to be forewarned that might be an interruption to our proceedings shortly. Okay. So, are there any comments or questions on item 7? Heather, do you want to go first?
Thank you, yes, and thank you, Nicola and Liz, for the introduction. Just want to say a couple of things. Obviously, we have only just seen month 2 very recently, and some of the issues, of course, are the same across month 2 as month 3. But I just wanted to really acknowledge and be grateful, really, for the work that the finance colleagues do, and alongside our children's colleagues, to kind of accept it, as Nicola said, how variable our budget can be, and how it can vary from time to time. And for instance, in here it says we had 650 or 650 children in care. The next day it's a different number. And similarly, we can anticipate a certain number of placements, and the court can decide they can change. So I really appreciate the hard work that goes into trying to keep a track of that, because it's not a straight line. But we are pleased, though, although it's a small improvement, we're very pleased that our overspend's gone down at least a little bit, and that's really good, and we'll keep that pressure up. I just wanted to mention that there are, again, it's a bit of assurance really for people. I feel assured by the fact that we have a number of business cases which are in train, again, going through our corporate processes to ensure that we can make improvements to the way we actually meet this increasing need. And we do have 3 areas in our own transformation work that we've been working on for the last year. I might have said them before, but just as good to keep hold of. The things we're working on are trying to ensure that wherever possible, though not everywhere, keeping children in mainstream schooling will have the best impact for them, and also for our budget, for the right place for the right children. Families can access support early. That's another thing both the government and ourselves are trying to improve resources to deliver, and that keeps children out of care. And also making sure that we have sufficient homes for children. And again, the Homes and Horizons was referenced in Councillor Butt-Phillips' answer, but certainly there are lots of ways in which we're trying to improve all of those 3 things as we go along. I also wanted to say on page 3 in Appendix B, it's worth looking at the mitigations that we have in place there again for our financial position, just to say that again we're trying to make sure that our partners in health are contributing to those children who have continuing healthcare needs. That's the kind of thing that can easily get slipped and miss, and we have to make sure that that's coming through properly. For the more complex children we have, focusing on reunification, that hideous phrase, but we know what we mean by it, making sure that we do everything in our power to get our children back with their families where it's safe to do so. And there's a business case around that to ensure that we've got the right kind of resources to do that, because no child needs to stay in care for longer than they need to. And it's good to have families back together again. And of course, when you do the right thing, you save money, which is good. And then, of course, the sustained recruitment and retention of foster carers, as you know. So just to kind of say, it, you hear this from us all the time, but every time I see these reports, they're sort of clearer and they're more detailed, and I'm really grateful for that. And I just wanted to draw attention to those 2 things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather, for that. And I think the issues around foster recruitment and retention are well versed and well rehearsed, and that importance of being able to recruit and retain foster carers in Somerset, and so that we can meet that demands for external placements and for foster placements is hugely important. And when you look at the appendix, you can clearly see that. The bit I just wanted to question was the field work heading. In the commentary, it does, which I think is on page 64. It tells us further work on an analysis will be conducted. Do we have any initial thoughts on that, or can we hear about that another time?
I'm happy to bring it back. Certainly, I was at one of those day-long quarterly. We have quarterly performance review, a quarterly review meeting, and that was being discussed there. There are definite differences in the field work around in different parts of the county as to how well we are resourced, what the demands are. It is quite complex. I don't want to busk an answer, so if you wouldn't mind, I'm happy to bring something back and share that in writing, because it is one that we trip over it quite a lot. It's clearly a theme, and we need to get underneath what the issues are and how best we can fix it. But I don't want to make it up as I go. I'll bring something back if I may.
No, that's absolutely fine. Just highlighted it as that one stood out to me as a red that we'd not seen before, I think is the way I'd express that. Okay, thank you so much. And Councillor Sarah Wakefield on adults, please.
Yes, thank you. I thought it would be helpful if I just gave a few words of explanation about some of what appears in our appendix. We have an overspend, but mostly in the adults that's offset by underspend at the moment. And although we try to estimate as clearly as possible how this is going to work, it is very difficult to get it absolutely on target in every estimate. What they really show is that we're doing more spend on direct payments, daycare and transport, but away from home care costs, which is what we expect with the way we're working towards keeping more people at home. So we don't expect that. You don't know how quickly that's going to happen. And so we're not unduly concerned about that at this point. There is in I think it's learning disability, there's a transformation plan in that service. And we are working to get that through. Just to point out also that this is a standard template report, which is now across required in the council. So we have got some blank tables included, but they're only blank. They're in the tables because they're in the report as the part of the template, but there are no actions in them yet because we haven't got any actions to put in them. I think that probably needs explaining in the wording, but with the disabled facilities grant, which is part of the Better Care Fund that comes from government. That hasn't spent very much yet, but each year that changes slightly, goes up slightly. And usually what happens is we get an increase during the year. Work will have started, but you don't pay out until the work has been completed. I could perhaps explain that the grant that you get is to alter your home is up to £37,000, and that figure hasn't changed for 10 years. So it isn't representative really of what the costs are. We have a bit of discretion to offer over that, but it's not much. We are now, what happens is you put a charge on the person's house if they have one that's being altered, and then they can do some borrowing through one of our excellent operations called Lendology, which lends in the particular situation of people altering their houses for this purpose. We're also seeing across adults changes in the market and in our suppliers, in the way they work, in the way they want to work, and obviously we have to flex to take those on board as they happen. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any other questions about adults if people have got them, but my question is, with regard to the overspends and those things that we can't recover, which was mentioned in Nicola's statements, are any new measures needed for these overspends, or should we be taking any new measures of control at this point in time? And secondly, are people now using the correct forms, purchase order forms, which ensures that our payments are kept properly in line?
So, Chair, with regards to overspend and mitigations, I think the work that we're doing with the budget challenge sessions that I said were taking place for 26-27, we are challenging those mitigations. So I think you will start to see that coming through in the Q2 report. So hopefully, yeah, that will be included. In terms of the no purchase order, no pay, we are trying to get better compliance across all of our services, and we've got a dedicated team that are attending DMTs to talk to services about how they can ensure further compliance where they're not 100% compliant. I don't think we'll ever get 100% compliance because sometimes things do happen where the goods have to be in an emergency situation. You would have to pay out by the different route, but we are doing further work to try and strengthen that. And that was one of the things we amended slightly with this, not having the board that met to look at spend control was actually with instead what we're doing is working with teams to target specific areas where that compliance is not in place.
So I think you're saying that the purchase order mechanism is generally working well. I mean, it has made a difference to our people who are supplying things or who need to, you know, the fact that we issue them is a better way of doing it. It's just that it's never going to be 100%, but we need to get it near 100%, so then we can control our spend better.
For me personally, I believe it's the quickest route for a supplier to get paid, because all of that assurance work around, is the contract in place, is the order in place, is it known, etc., so that it can be goods received, and then when the invoice matches, it goes directly out and there's less hand holding. I would say that we do have some teams where we do have to work with them about ensuring that they are complying to raise purchase orders.
Thank you, Leader. I was just going to make the point that the purchase orders, I think there was a link effectively to the overall overspend position. Purchase orders or use of them or not use of them doesn't make a difference to how much we spend. Obviously, what we spend is what the contract costs. It is, as you rightly say, Councillor Wakefield, about the efficiency of how we handle that process internally, which could lead to some efficiencies, but it doesn't directly link into the figures you're seeing in the Q1 report today.
And Clive Heath.
And worth adding that Audit Committee and PRB are also monitoring waivers and breaches anyway, so that's a really important part of what we do. It also, if there's a purchase order in the system, it gives us the visibility that that spend is about to be made. We know it's going to be made, therefore it appears in the forecast, so it does improve the forecasting and financial management regardless of when the actual invoice has been received. And we are taking steps now with managers and with suppliers then to reinforce the process, so further steps being taken. Whilst I have the floor just for a second, if I might just stress again the overall position of the council, it's really important that we get a grip on this year's finances. Any overspend this year carries forward into an overspend next year and makes that £100 million gap next year worse than it is. So getting a grip this year, and I draw members' attention to the mitigations in section 12 in particular, section 12 of the report, and we will look at other things as well. But getting that grip this year and getting this back under control is one of the critical aims of myself and the leadership team as well.
Thank you. While we're on adults, can I just ask for some commentary on the temporary accommodation situation as well? I noticed that the figures there are eyebrow raising.
Yeah, they are. And I'm sorry, I did have some notes and I forgot to say that bit of it. So the adults, the housing now comes around adults, as you know. This increase, with 16% more people using the service, and has resulted in a 25% increase in the use of temporary accommodation. That's a national picture. It's not just Somerset. Just want to emphasise that. We are doing what we can about that. We are bringing in a new programme to look at it, and this should result in us being able to report more closely on what's happening. Perhaps you'd like to add something.
No problem. Whether we're going to get this budget back to base is a real question for me, and I'm not convinced we will. However, we're going to continue to work on that through a transformation programme, a lot around prevention. How do you prevent people becoming homeless in the first place? And what is our commissioning of temporary accommodation? We are also looking at a different way of working, perhaps to find different temporary accommodation, and that will come forward shortly, working along with our other areas. I don't know. I've got Kirsty. If you want any more questions, I have got Kirsty with us. She may, if you do need any more questions, she will be able to answer those for you if you'd like a bit more depth in this space.
Thank you. I'm just very aware that this fire alarm hasn't happened yet. Every time I'm just pausing, I'm thinking it's about to happen. What's particularly intriguing me is a 16% increase in numbers and a 25% increase in use of temporary accommodation. That's quite a significant difference between those figures. I'm just keen to understand that pressure.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yeah, we've seen a significant increase in temporary accommodation, which is slightly out of balance with the numbers that we've seen applying as homeless. And that's really linked to, we have previously been quite successful at keeping people homeless at home. So whilst they're homeless and where they're living isn't sustainable long term, we've managed to negotiate some shorter term solutions. I think with changes with cost of living and the pressures families are having, we've seen less people willing to do that. So that's resulted in an increase in the numbers in temporary accommodation. We're also seeing people stay for longer in that accommodation, and that's linked to the lack of supply of housing, both social housing and private sector housing in Somerset.
Thank you. And I assume there's a Hinkley effect in those numbers, particularly around the private rental sector. No, that's an ongoing issue in our case workloads. Any other comments from other service areas? Did I notice? It's always fun doing things online. I know it saves us an awful lot of paper, but and now I've got to find the right page as to where I saw another overspend that I just wanted a little bit more detail on. And I can't find the table now. Can someone help me? That's what I'm trying to understand. It was community, place and economy, I think, wasn't it? What was the overspend there? Mr. Hall.
Yeah, so within our area, we've got 3 key services that are contributing to the overspend. One of those is waste. So there was an MTFP agreed saving of around £1 million that was taken from the budget. We haven't been able to deliver those savings as yet. They're linked to closure of household waste recycling centres. So as it stands, all of those centres are still open and the savings haven't been achieved. The overspend in that area is currently around 400,000. So the service are working to mitigate that £1 million loss of budget. So effectively, they've done quite well to bring that down to an overspend of 400,000, but nevertheless are working on alternative solutions in year to bring that down further. And we're looking for more permanent solutions so that we can exchange one saving with another so that it has a more permanent effect on the budget. We have a similar situation that was touched on just now within infrastructure and transport, where there was a savings proposal put forward and accepted on fleet. So £1 million saving reduction and budget reduction this year, but the saving proposal and the change there is running behind schedule. I think Mike O'Dowd-Jones might be online if you wanted some particular detail on that scheme, but nevertheless, so we are fighting effectively a budget loss without having delivered the full saving in that area. And then the third one is around the demand-led service for local land charges. So at the moment we have an under recovery of income effectively. So we are down on the number of transactions for house sales, which means our service is receiving less income than budgeted. It's showing us 150,000. The latest budget monitoring report will update that and will reduce that to around 75,000. But for the purposes of this report, which is obviously a backwards look at Q1, that's the 150,000 that's identified on screen.
Thank you for that. So I see Mike O'Dowd-Jones has appeared larger than life in the room. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Chair. I can just talk you through the fleet situation in a little bit more detail, if that's helpful. So, as has been said, we have built £1 million worth of savings into the current MTFP. These would arise from a number of measures. So things like putting in place new consolidated contracts for categories of fleet spend, so the likes of tyres, etc., and moving away from individual spot purchases. Better utilisation of the existing fleet now that we're one council. So we believe we've got a large number of underutilised vehicle time going on in the organisation, and we can probably dispose of some of those vehicles if we are able to identify how they're used and share them more across services. So we are just finalising installing telematics kit on all of our fleet. We've got about 600 vehicles. So that's almost finished. So we'll start to have a data flow that enables us to make some intelligent decisions about how to better share that resource and then to start to reduce costs. And we will also be delivering some savings from some more centralised purchasing and leasing decisions and making some more intelligent decisions about purchase or lease options. There's also an opportunity to slim down the fleet team management structure a little bit. I think on reflection, having seen the new the workforce structure bed in, there actually is still some further opportunity there within some vacant posts to reduce the management structure slightly. So to move this forward, we have recently secured the use of flexible use of capital as part of the transformation programme to give us the capacity to do the work. So we're employing a consultancy called People2 to support this. So I'm confident the savings will come through in due course. They will be on a longer timescale than we had originally envisaged, but we're still very confident they can be achieved. And we are hoping we can achieve some additional savings on top of that million ultimately. So I think we're still in a reasonably good place. I think the other point to note is that this budget sits across multiple services. So it currently is not centralised. It's divided up amongst quite a large number of services who operate fleet. So we are doing some work to try and work out how we track all of those savings and get more centralised control over spending decisions. So hopefully that gives you some confidence that it will come through ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Any other members of the executive wishing to speak? Not seeing anybody, so going on to Councillor Giles Locum online, please.
Good morning, Leader. Thank you. I just wanted to actually just add that obviously I don't. As soon as it was inevitable, as soon as housing went to adults, there was going to be an increase in the budget. I don't like the word deficit and I don't like the word overspend. So I can assure you I'll work with the team. Our adult social care community will work with the team and we will do our very, very best to find the best way forward. But it will be by working together and with Sarah's excellent knowledge of this and obviously Mel together, I think we will find savings and we will come back here and we will be able to do a good job. And because I want, that's what I want especially. So I just wanted you to be rest assured we're all on it and we'll work together and we'll find a way through.
Thank you very much. It does help me sleep at night, knowing you're on the case there. Thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Not so sure. Okay, thank you. It was just a couple of queries, if I could. The main one on adults you covered, Leader, because the issue relating to temporary accommodation. I think on page 59, bottom of it, there might be a typo in terms of the number of older people's mental health placements. It seems to have 2,234. I presume it should be the 234. Might want to be just amended for the record. The main questions, though, is under children's on page 62, there's showing under fostering an overspend. It's showing in red. Just wondered, is that actually a positive overspend in the sense that we've done better in recruiting more foster carers than we were expecting, or is there another reason behind that? And the last one I was going to ask was on page 78 relating to there's a concerns raised about parking regarding resource capacity. I wasn't quite sure from the wording of it whether there's a query raised about us being able to process parking charges and fines. From what's there, is it that we are using resources in finance to do that at the moment and that's being recharged, or is there a risk that we might miss out on that as a source of income?
Okay, thank you. So the first question was on children's foster placements. I'm just seeing Councillor Shearer
thank you. Yes,
just gathering her thoughts.
We were just conferring there to see what that was. Yes, that's much better to see. I'd rather see that than underspends in fostering for sure. It also includes permanents. I think that might also have some of the adoption fees in there as well. We've been doing quite well across Southwest. We've got this regional Southwest agency for adoption, and we've actually been doing really quite well on that. So that's also the case. So yes, and fingers crossed that goes on till the end of the year. That's the kind of overspend we want.
Thank you. Just looking at adults, can you confirm the typo?
Sorry, 59, right at the bottom. It's talks about increasing 19 placements from 215 to 2,234.
So it should be 223, and the 4 is superfluous. Okay, well spotted. Eagle-eyed councillor from Brent. Thank you very much. And the third one was on resource capacity in the parking team. Mr. Hall, are you able to respond to that, or are we waiting for Mr. O'Dowd Jones to?
I'm afraid I don't have. Apologies, Chair. I'm afraid I don't have the detail on that one, but if Mike has, otherwise we'll take it away and come back to you.
Yes, I can deal with that, Chair. I think the comment is in relation to the implementation of the changes that were agreed at executive with respect to future parking policy, subject to consultation. Obviously, you will note that we launched today a consultation on introducing more consistency across the council for Sunday parking charges. So that's one of the elements. We have resourced that through using consultancy support while we've been going through the process of defining and recruiting the new staff structure for parking. So we're confident that we are underway with a large chunk of the potential income related to the changes, but there is more to do. There's further stages of consultation on other parking policy matters that we're looking at how we're resourcing for early next year. So we'll continue to keep you updated, obviously, on the situation with that. But that's what the comment was in relation to, rather than routine processing of parking matters.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other members that have questions? Not seeing anybody online. Oh, hello, Mr. Woodman, Councillor Woodman. Good morning, John. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good morning. And I just wondered, going forward, what's the plan if we don't get a capitalisation directive? Balance the budget.
So there we go. Who'd like that one?
That's an interesting question. So we'll continue to work with government towards stabilisation. What government will expect is, having had 2 years worth of exceptional financial support now, we can start to demonstrate that we're starting to manage our budgets within the overall levels of income, i.e. that our income and expenditure match. That does not rule out the fact we may need some further support. And in fact, I'll be having further discussions with the department this week. Should it not be forthcoming, I think we'll have to look long and hard then about the cuts we need to make, about the reserves we have in order to balance it. But undoubtedly, we're on a journey here that's going to take a number of years, and it won't happen overnight. So we'll be still making the case that should we need exceptional financial support for next year, and that case is not proven one way or the other yet, then it should be available to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, okay. I'm not seeing any other members with questions, which brings us on to the recommendations. So the recommendations before the executive are to note the forecasting overspend revenue position of 5.409 million for 25-26 as at Q1, to note the 12 million corporate contingency budget and 3 million corporate risk budget currently currently uncommitted. However, draws have been approved following the end of June. Agree the mitigating actions to be identified and implemented by the relevant executive and service directors in order to reduce any overspends, to take action and to contribute to the long-term financial sustainability of the authority. We agree and reaffirm our commitment to avoiding a Section 114 notice by continuing and strengthening the financial management actions with regular monitoring and reporting to ensure accountability. We note the in-year forecast overspend on the DSG of 38.087 million against the current budgeted funding of 163.992. We note the total forecast DSG end of year deficit of 100.079 million as set out in Appendix C. Note the collection rates for council tax and business rates as set out in the papers. To note the quarterly update of the prudential indicators in Appendix L. To note the outstanding debt position in Chart 2 within Appendix J. To note the level of general reserves is 63.2 million. Our risk-based assessment is a minimum of 31.104 million. And note the capital programme expenditure for 25-26 is 281.457 million against a budget of 283.557 million. Approve additions to the capital budget of 72.81 million as detailed in paragraph 34, and approve the returns to the capital budget of 53.272 million as detailed in in paragraph 35. So we have those recommendations. Are there any amendments to those? No. So we have a proposer from Councillor Lyshawn, a seconder from Councillor Wakefield, and those in favour please show. Those against please show. Those clearly carried. Now that brings us on to item 8, which is the Housing Revenue Account Budget Monitoring Q1. And I'd like to introduce Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts.
Thank you, Bill. I have the pleasure of bringing forward our Q1 report for the housing revenue account. And as per paragraph 2, we're forecasting a revenue underspend of just 1.249 million for the coming year. You can see within paragraph 3 the different variances that have made that up, particularly a large amount of different staff vacancies that have gone towards that, both in repairs and maintenance as well as in supervision and management. When it comes to the capital programme, that is progressing really well. We've got lots of different developments happening across Somerset, whether that's Seaward Way all the way through to the North Taunton Willow Way project or Penley, or I drove past the Oxford Inn over the weekend and saw the roof had gone on. So again, another positive step there that is taking place. You have got some underspends there, and some of those will be carried forward into 26 and 27. So it is a positive report that we're bringing forward today. I do want to highlight paragraph 19 to everyone in relation to one of those underspends around compliance contracts, just because we discuss regularly the different compliance that makes up the HRA and what we have to do. And there's been questions a lot about electrical safety certificates and fire safety certificates, but that underspend doesn't mean that we're not doing what we're meant to do. There is just that where we've programmed that in, we don't need to spend all the money. So there's no cause for concern there, because I've been speaking to Chris about it. Just on a actual presentation matter, when it comes to Appendix A, there are 2 tables in there, and the grey tables are correct and the blue table needs to be removed, just so we've got that there. I've got the brilliant Kerry here, and thank you for you and your team's work on this. So if anyone's got any technical questions, I will hand over to Kerry now in case there's anything that I've missed or to be added.
Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Smith-Roberts. Councillor Smith-Roberts has provided a very good overview of the reports. Just wanted to also highlight in terms of the reserves position. So you'll see on pages 135 through to 136, the general reserves, for example, just to emphasise with regards to the next agenda item, that this report does not assume any reference to item 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on this? There's Lyshawn first.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make an apology that in Appendix A, the first table, which you'll see with some light blue on it, discard that one, please, and use the one with grey below it. So the 2 second tables that are in grey and black and white are the correct ones. Apologies for that.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you very much. Can I just pass comment on the void management position improving? I'm really pleased to see that. I know that the management of voids was concerning us, and when we look at the figures of need for temporary accommodation, being able to make sure that our void properties are back on track as soon as possible. I'm really pleased to see the actions that have been taken there. So please can you thank the teams for actioning that. Councillor Sarah Wakefield.
Yeah, just to say, also add my thanks for what's happening on the void properties. There's one in my village that has been empty for, well, 2.5 years, but it's being worked on at the moment. They've cut the grass and they've done a bit of work on the windows, I think. I knew they needed some internal, I don't know when it's going to finish, but I'm hopeful because I've seen vans outside. This will come on stream very soon, because it really, these sort of properties are really needed. I know there was a lot of work to do on it, and I get that. And it is sometimes not worth spending all that sort of money, but I gather we got some grants or something to help us with it. And certainly these rural ones we would like to keep if we possibly can, because they're unlikely to be replaced.
We do have a whole programme when it comes to like major works that has to take place on some of ours. We do also have to dispose of some properties when we have to spend far too much than what it's worth. So we do have some of those that are happening across this year that's gone through the sign-off process. But yeah, we do understand the importance of them in rural locations, but it is about making sure that they are fit for purpose as well at the same time.
I'm not seeing any other executive members wishing to speak. Any other members in the room or online wishing to come in on this agenda item? No? Still nervously waiting for this fire alarm though.
It may well be going off in the other blocks, but not this.
Oh, it may be going off. It may not be our block. It may be other blocks. There we go. Anyway, it might be our turn in a minute. Who knows? So we have recommendations before us to note the housing revenue account forecast underspend of 1.249 million and the impact of the HRA general reserves of the underspend, and note the forecast outturn position of the capital programme of 69.299 million. Okay, do I see a proposer of those recommendations? Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts. Do I see a seconder? Councillor Liz Lyshon. All those in favour, please. All those against? That's clearly carried. And we move on to item 9, which is not unconnected. The use of housing revenue account reserves for the purchase of additional council housing stock. Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts.
I'm really pleased to bring this paper forward today. Everyone will know how I love to talk so positively around trying to either build more homes or to acquire more homes. So last year, the HRA had an underspend of 3.377 million. That made that our reserves went up to just over 17.8 million, which is far higher than we need in our reserves of just over 5.8. So what we're looking to do is seek approval of the council to redirect that 3.377 million into our HRA capital programme so that we can acquire some additional properties. We will look to use those. About 15 is what we think that we can look to purchase for that much money. It always seems astronomical to me, but that is what they are that we need to purchase. But what we will look to do is use those for temporary accommodation and work with the general fund so that we can try and help tackle both the huge bill that we spend on temporary accommodation, but also having properties so that families can look to live in them, and it helps provide a strong and stable environment for them to get back on their feet. So I'm hopeful that we can look to support this today.
Okay, and that's really welcome that the HRA account can support the revenue account in that way, and you know, huge appreciation that we're in that position to be able to add to our stock. I think it will probably remain as to where that stock will be located in relation to the need for temporary accommodation. Am I seeing any members of the executive wish to comment? Councillor Heather Shearer.
Yes, thank you. No surprise. It's more of a comment than a question, but I think it's really very, very welcome. I've been kind of quietly concerned as I sit on a part of the organisation which is a high risk and high cost, but absolutely looking after people's homes is so important. And so what I'd really like to commend it, absolutely get my full support for spending the money this way, but it's also to think about temporary accommodation is great, but then also things like we must build in through our local plan work what we're going to do about supporting, say, all the follow-on type of accommodation. I worry about those people coming who find themselves homeless, but also maybe come out of prison. Some people are coming out of care. They're not the same things. I'm just thinking of them consecutively. They're two different types of people we need to look after, and we just don't have enough, do we? So I really welcome it, and just want to make sure that we put into our strategic planning that this is also a thing that we're looking for when we're looking through the local plan.
I'm sure Councillor Rigby's nodding away at that point. Yes, good. Councillor Wakefield.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? I mean, it's great news that you can buy properties and that they can I think you were saying be used for temporary accommodation. So how does that work within the housing stock you've got? Because obviously there'll be people waiting on the home finder registry to say, well, why can't they be used for me? You're allowed to use HRA properties for this purpose. I just think the public might need that explaining to them.
Mr. Hall, are you looking to intervene?
Yeah, just to be absolutely clear, we are proposing here to purchase HRA stock with HRA money. That's a ring-fence fund. It's then the ability to be able to use that on a temporary basis to support temporary accommodation need. But the homes will continue to be owned within the HRA. If at some point in the future, either the 2 years expires or we find that there's a drop-off in temporary accommodation need, I know the direction of travel is the other way at the moment, but were that to become the case, then these go back into general needs use. General needs being that they go onto Home Finder and they're reallocated to people. So we're trying to fulfil two pressing requirements of the council. One is that there is not enough permanent stock available within the Home Finder process. The other is that we have got people faced with difficult temporary accommodation requirements, difficult in the context that the council's reliant on hotels, B&Bs, Airbnbs, not always the most suitable of properties. So we're trying to use the benefit of the HRA without breaching the legal ring fence requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions from executive colleagues. I've got Councillor Lucy Triminall and Councillor Francis Nicholson indicating so far. So Councillor Triminall first.
Hello there. Thank you, Chair. Sorry I can't be with you today. So I wanted to ask just a couple of questions, and this is a sort of a tricky area because there is a sort of crossover between HRA and obviously adult housing and homelessness. So I don't know whether my questions can be asked today, but I'll ask them, answered today, and I'll ask them, and if somebody can get back to me if that makes more sense, and that's absolutely fine. So I wanted to know, firstly, I'm assuming that these homes will be located in the Sedgemoor and Somerset West and Taunton, those former district areas, because they're part of the HRA. So I wanted that confirmed, please. I wanted to know what
do you want your answers one at a time, or do you want them collectively?
I don't
one
mind.
At a time.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. This is the difficulty of you not being in the room, as I can see fingers are poised to answer the question immediately. So we go to that question of the geography of the HRA. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts is chomping at the bit to answer your question.
I guess one of the beauties of being a unitary council is that the HRA is no longer confined to both the north and west, so the previous Sedgemoor and Somerset West and Taunton areas. We took some of those decisions even back in February when we purchased, or we are looking this year to purchase via Section 106 other homes, and we've got some of those as an example. I want to say near Langport area. So when it comes to this decision, Lucy, it can be wherever the pressure is in Somerset, but also noting that you need to have those houses available and ready to purchase from, and a developer wanting to do that. So it will be where that pressure is, but also where homes are available.
Okay, thanks. Next question.
Thank you. So what I wanted to know was the sort of expected turnaround time, if we're talking about them being temporary housing, you know, how many people would we be looking to provide housing for within a year? Would it be 15 people for 15 properties, or, you know, is it that temporary that you may have more people than that? I think it's really good that actually it's across the whole area, particularly as Councillor Smith-Roberts says, you know, the pressures on housing and the availability of housing. So I'm very pleased to hear that. I wanted to know whether these homes, and this is really specific now, might be used as part of the mental health step down service, which was recently brought forward. So I wondered whether that was relevant too.
Thank you very much. I think Kirsty's going to take the first part of your question.
Thank you, Chair. So it's likely that hopefully it will be more than 15 households that this will help. It's dependent obviously on the time then to secure permanent housing. And just to add to your first question around the areas, so whilst it's fantastic that we can purchase across the county, we have got highest demand in the west of our county and north, so it is likely to start with that will be where we'll look to purchase, dependent on supply, obviously, as Councillor Smith-Roberts has already reiterated. So yes, it's likely to help more than 15 families. We would hope that we will see turnover. average kind of length of time at the moment for families, around 6 to 9 months in temporary accommodation. It is longer for singles, so it'll be dependent on stock coming forward from elsewhere.
Brilliant. And for this step down service, does anyone know that? If not, I'm happy
Step down service. I think Mel's next on that one.
It will really depend on people's needs. We may or may not use that as part of it. We'll have to see. It's probably not going to be used in that space. We've got a different way of supporting people from step down services.
Super. Thank you. And then my final question is, obviously it does state in the report that this would normally have gone to scrutiny. It wasn't able to ahead of this coming to executive. So it is being done in reverse. And I wondered, what can their scrutiny committee add to this with it coming to them following the executive decision? Because obviously it is the wrong way round, and recommendation wise, I wondered what you would be expecting, or whether changes or note of the recommendations would be made.
If I can read Federica Smith-Roberts' lips, I think she's saying it goes to full council. Mr. Hall will explain the process, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, I realised quite late on that if we couldn't get to September's full council, we'd have to wait until December, because that's the natural cycle of the full council meeting. So we didn't want to do that. And I spoke with the chair of community scrutiny, which is the portfolio under which this sits, who was very happy to see this taken forward. For clarity, there's no decision today. So the decision to alter the capital programme always goes to full council. So it will go on to scrutiny the week after next, I think, maybe, and then to full council at the end of the month. So the decision is not today. The decision will be full council's.
Right. So scrutiny can have a useful input, and decision will be made later. That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
And to emphasise, that was done with the agreement of the chair of scrutiny and vice chair of scrutiny to do it in that. So. Well, I think it was the enthusiasm to get the houses bought and occupied, so that we can get people home to the house that was important for us.
Yep. No,
okay. Thanks ever so much. Thank you, Lucy. Lovely to see you. And Frances next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I welcome this. We all know that the need and the supply are out of balance. I particularly welcome an increase. Appreciate that you buy the houses where you buy them, but we do know that all of us and all parts of public service have a duty to enable children to get to school, and this is a particular problem around temporary housing. I'm aware from a number of cases in my area that this has been really difficult and is really, really bad for children. So of course I welcome it. It does feel a little bit drop in the ocean, but let us do what we can do. The other point is slightly longer term. Of course, temporary housing is important. There are other bits that are important, and that's more difficult about buying, off plan or offer development or whatever. Those rural parts of Somerset, and there are many of them, it's a big rural county, where there is local housing need and where jobs don't pay enough to allow people to commute for great distances and so on, and where housing can only be built in 1s, 2s, 3s, possibly 4s or 5s. So there is another role which is about building houses in those areas, and I just don't want to let that be forgotten, because it isn't only a temporary housing need. It is, we are otherwise hollowing out the rural areas, and that is really worrying. So welcome, but please don't forget this bit.
You are as always a passionate advocate, and I do reflect on my time on the Exmoor National Park Authority, on the amount of time we spent arguing about window frames, and the amount of time we spent looking at getting affordable housing into Exmoor. And you wonder whether the balance is quite right. I'm sure in terms of the Somerset emerging local plan, we'll be looking at that, but also as Exmoor with its separate local plan, it's really important that we make sure that affordable housing is key in that. And your points around educational transition, I'm absolutely, from my professional career, I know very well that those children whose families are in temporary accommodation or need to move placements on regular basis, their outcomes are particularly poor, and it's a very well made point, and one that we're very cognizant of. Thank you. Not seeing any other comments or questions on this, so we move to the recommendations. We are recommended to Centre for Council that Council approves an increase in the HRA capital programme of 3.377 million for property acquisitions, legal and associated purchase costs, and any appropriate refurbishments or alterations to be funded by the HRA reserves. Support the addition of these properties into HRA stock with a temporary use of up to 2 years for temporary accommodation to support the general fund, and the final decision on property acquisitions to be made by the Executive Director for Community Place and Economy in consultation with Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts, Lead Member for Communities, Housing Revenue Accounts, Culture, Equalities and Diversity. Proposed by Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Councillor Liz Lishon. Can I see those in favour, please? Thank you. And those against? That's clearly carried. Right, colleagues, we move on to item 10 on our agenda, and please report we're still ahead of time. And this is corporate performance monitoring for Q1, and I'd like to invite Councillor Liz Lishon to introduce the item, and then pass on to Sarah Hawkins, who joined us.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this report outlines the performance of Somerset Council for Q1 against the new suite of performance measures as detailed in Appendix A. This is in line with the new performance framework that was approved by Executive in July, and which focuses on 3 lenses of performance: strategic, service and organisational health, in order to provide a more holistic and transparent view of council performance. The report will continue to develop through quarters 2 and 3, and we are looking to include more benchmarking. And for me and for my colleague, Councillor Heather Shearer, we're particularly interested in where we can identify where measures are either national or that they are our local measures. Further measures that are in development already are included in Appendix D, and the measures that are no longer included, they are in Appendix C, along with the rationale for them having been removed. Of course, none of this is set in tablets of stone, Chair, and I'm quite sure that at scrutiny as well as at executive meetings that we will hear from members who want to see other measures or who want greater clarification on measures and why they're there and how we might be able to elaborate on the information we bring forward. So we've also got an overview of our Corporate Peer Challenge Action Plan progress. There's Appendix B, and we have a pictorial view on progress of actions there planned for Q1 and a look ahead for Q2 with progress as at the end of July. I'd like to draw colleagues' attention to the key headlines that start on page 159, and purchase orders which have already been mentioned this morning. You will see that measure on page 162. So if I may, at this point, I'd like to hand over to Sarah Hawkins, our Head of Assurance, Performance and Risk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz, and good morning, everybody. That's a really comprehensive overview from Liz in terms of our position with where we are developing the new corporate performance report from Q1 onwards. As Liz said, those current measures that we're reporting that are showing as red-rated measures or amber and aren't on track, they are detailed in the report on pages 159 to 163 of your pack. So if we have any queries on those, we will invite questions and run through those. I think the only other thing that I would mention is that we are now looking to align our performance reporting with our risk reporting and our budget reporting quarterly, and our aim is that we can improve that holistic sort of evaluation and join up to really consider areas where our performance isn't necessarily on track. What's the, as proactively as possible, the potential budget implications, and how are we managing the associated risks? So we are continuing to mature that approach. I'll invite questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Just looking around for any questions or whether I should start. Let's go for Sarah first.
Yeah, mine
Thank
is a
you.
question, actually. I just wanted to talk about the number of overdue Care Act assessments. This does fluctuate, and we are working really hard to get this down. I have to say, as of today, it is slightly above that figure of 186. Just it goes up over the summer, actually, when staff are on holiday. These Care Act assessments do require quite a lot of input, and it's not a thing that happens very necessarily. It can do, but if the person's situation is complicated and there's difficult family situation, or we need to get any sort of support in for the person concerned to actually get their wishes clear, then it does take longer. So that will come down now the staff are back from holiday, and it is something they were continually working on to get towards our target. I am pleased with the way it's going, but obviously we'd always do more. We will never get to no overdue assessments, I'm afraid. These include the reassessments that we try to do once a year, and the people carers assessments are a separate thing, but that is also happening. So there's a lot of work going on there. We have got more staff in place now, and we will hope to keep on reducing the number.
Okay, thank you for that update. Do appreciate the amount of work going on, but also the individuals' lives that are impacted by those overdue assessments. So all the work to mitigate that would be hugely appreciated. Mel, do you want to add something?
I think the other thing that we want to say is that we have implemented a waiting well, or a waiting informed piece of work. So yes, people may be waiting, and in the past, and Sarah's been instrumental in supporting us in this space, that people perhaps didn't know how long it would take. And that's not very good, is it? That you just wait in an abyss. And now what we made sure we do is people are really informed. They also can receive other pieces, whether that be pieces of equipment, pieces of information, before this process takes place. And I think that's something we've had now in place for the last 3 months, and we're seeing that actually is working for people, so they know what to expect and also what to do if things start to deteriorate, because they just don't want to wait there worrying, and that's no good for anybody. So that's a new process that we've had in place for the last 3 months.
Thank you, Mel, and really pleased to see the Independent Living Centre opening in Taunton Library recently as well, so that is so much more accessible to people to be able to live those independent lives. Heather, are you going to predict what question I was going to ask you?
Might it have been about EHCPs?
Bingo.
I thought it might have been, and I'm not at all being flippant about this. We are not happy with the performance, obviously, on the percentage of EHCPs that we are completing on time. It's something we're very aware of. A couple of bits in terms of background to that. We have had in the last year or so, I think it is, an extra 26%. It's increased by 26%, just the numbers applying, and we've actually increased the numbers that we say yes to by 46%. So whereas we might have interpreted the very, very ill-defined law, let's say, or the ill-defined guidance, we might have said no more often. We've actually said yes more often, because it's much better to actually be assessing children and understanding and supporting parents where we can. However, that has come at a time when we have not quite enough educational psychologists. And of course the call on their time is incredibly very wide varied. So we're on track trying to get it back on target. It's the one thing I speak about every week, and every time I'm with the officers. So it is something we're doing our best with, but we know we are not doing the right thing at the moment. I mean, it's difficult across the country, but I'm not bothered about across the country. I'm bothered about here. So we're doing everything we can to do it. We've looked at things like we have in the past tried to kind of sub out that work. We can improve a lot with AI in terms of note taking, but you need that proper assessment from real people to do it, and it's better when it's children that are known to the people doing the assessing, at least, so that they can be as close to them as possible. So it is something we're working on, and I hope by the time we speak again on this in a quarter, it'll be going in the right direction. I wanted also to mention about rolling suspensions on, I think it's page 119. There's a surprise. We do have a bit of an issue around our kind of data collection and our data management on this one. Again, in here we know about it. The Capita system that we use, I think, is not universally available to schools and across schools, so we sometimes don't have all of the up-to-date data. Again, I'm more than happy to supply you with a proper report on that, but that has made things harder. But of course, suspensions and also exclusions are again absolutely front and centre of what we're trying to do with all of our changes in education, and even the DMP, the deficit management plan, will be around ensuring we keep more children in school and keep them there. Wherever, I don't mean keep them, sometimes I'm locking them up, I don't mean that, but making it easy for children to be at school and supporting them while they're there. And part of it as well as of course is when it comes to suspensions is around, again, these are business cases that we're working on around improving the management and effectiveness of our pupil referral units to make sure they're working effectively as they should be, and the right children, if you like, for whom that service is correct, go into those units, and the ones for whom a proper graduated response in the schools would be the better outcome for everybody. So it's very much on our radar. This puts it front and centre. We can't miss it with these numbers. And yeah, hold me to account next time we have these numbers come forward and see how much we can improve them. The only other thing I was going to say, just more generally, and by all means come back to me on questions, I'm more than happy. But just more generally, I really welcome, Liz always name checks me on performance monitoring, because I kind of like it. I like all this kind of stuff. But I was really also, and I'm looking forward to the next kind of iteration where we look more at the sort of transformative and more developmental KPIs, which I think are key performance indicators that's being worked on in the background. I'd just like to see some that are kind of a bit more multi-directorate. So, I mean, it's very, you'd have to assign, I mean, I'm not trying to give away EHCPs, I promise you. That's not that, that's front and centre hours. But for some of the things where we're looking at, say, organisational health, then I would be expecting there to be, it may be inherent in the way they're written, but I'd just like to see more kind of cross-functional things. So, for instance, I think one of them, in one of the appendices, and forgive me for not saying precisely which, I do know, Appendix D, Appendix D. On page 2 of that appendix, it talks about adult services having a KPI around prevention and early help. Well, that's also children's, and that's also communities. That's also community safety, in all kinds of ways. So it's just that kind of thing to think outside of the box of just sticking within a directorate. That's the challenge. So, but I've got plenty of challenges of my own, so I won't be mean to you about it.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing anybody else commenting, so I'm going to move forward on my list. We've mentioned the purchase order figures, and I can see a number here which does not impress me. At 61.181%. Can I just be assured that we are taking further actions on those? And there is lots of nodding to my right, Clive.
Just here we are.
Yeah, targeted work is underway, focused on service areas with high levels of non-compliance. I like that phrase. I think it can mean a lot of things. I hope it means what I think it means. And I wanted to ask about FOI requests, where we were with those, because I know that I have a number of emails in my inbox regarding our response rate on FOIs. Who's best to respond on that, please? Sarah and Alan are looking at each other.
Hi. So with the freedom of information request, so in section 15.6 on page 162, this refers to, we did know this was coming. We knew this downturn was coming, caused by resourcing pressures and the backlog. We have got work in place to address that, and also have recruited 2 additional members of staff. Although one of them has started, the other one are waiting on notice period. I have asked though for an update on where we are over the last couple of months to see whether we're on track. I haven't got that yet, but I will be able to share that after the meeting.
Good. I'm hoping I don't get correspondence with the Information Commissioner. I know we've been in correspondence with that office, but it's really important we get that back up to speed. Councillor Lation.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the point, we've had PRB mentioned earlier in the meeting, that is Performance Risk and Budget Board. And that is an opportunity for us to take a deep dive on some of these subjects. And when colleagues like Councillor Shearer express their interest in performance monitoring, I've got her card marked now. And on freedom of information, we have had a full explanation for those resourcing issues and where we are. And then every time we have had a deep dive on a subject like that, we then factor in at what point will we come back and look at improvement. So as well as the public meetings where you see all of this work and the progress and the concerns, be assured that there are other meetings such as Performance Risk and Budget Board where we are drilling down, and Councillor Rigby, his card is marked next because planning is the next deep dive, and to see how that 12-week programme on planning is progressing. So I think it's really important to make the point that we are following up on every single piece of work that is being undertaken in this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Heather, coming back once again, briefly, please.
Yeah, forgive me very briefly, but it relates to something we talked about before. On page 177, forgive me, as a bit of a detail, it's the very top performance indicator on page 157, which is about affordable housing completions. So it's showing 16 affordable housing completions in the first quarter, and looking at, which would be great, 470 across the year, which would be marvellous. My only question was, what do we mean by affordable? So in planning terms, that can be anything that's just not market. So it could be, shared ownership. It could actually be social rent. It could be whatever. So I just wondered, do you lump it all in together, or because I was thinking I'm always interested in the social rent side of things. So how many for social rent have we got rather than say shared ownership? Sorry about the detail.
That's okay. Kirsty's keen to answer.
Yes, the figure does include all, but I think it's a really good point, and we could actually look to break that down for future reports so you've got a much clearer picture on what's affordable housing, what's shared ownership, so that's fine. We'll do that for future reference.
Thank you. Not seeing any other members of the executive, so go to other members, and I've got Councillor Lucy Trimnell online first. Hello, Lucy.
Hello again. Thank you. So my question is on page 178, that's of the public pack. It's also got a page number 12, and it's about the percentage of homes that do not meet the Decent Homes Standard. And I wondered, what are the criteria that they are failing to meet that is giving them this this rating, as it were? And are they occupied while they're in this state, or are they void properties? And if they are occupied, are the tenants aware that their homes don't meet those required standards? And are they individual properties, or is it properties that are old and there are a number of them in a similar condition? And I mean, it's good to see that the those figures are improving, and actually we're very, very close to getting into the amber. And hopefully that will continue, but do you expect that to be the case? Thank you.
But do you want to take that one?
I'll have a go, and then Chris can pick up anything that I may have missed. So there are many reasons where a property may not meet Decent Home Standard. It can go down to loft insulation, to the type of windows, to whether the heating is, what type of heating is provided. We've got cases of where there's a chimney, as an example, that has needed work in the past, or poor energy rating. So people do live in them. We work with them. Some people may not want to have that work done and may refuse to also have that work done. So we can work with them, but it's down to also having that relationship and communication with those tenants as to what they want to do, as much as us wanting to undertake that work. And we do regular correspondence with them. I don't know if you want to come in further, Chris.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, just to make the point that a property not being decent does not mean it's not safe. So we meet all of our compliance standards as set out by the consumer standards and under the housing regulator. So it's not a safety mechanism, it is usually a component life cycle mechanism. So at a point in time, if a kitchen exceeds a certain age, it becomes non-decent. Similarly with bathrooms and such like. So they are component matters rather than safety matters, and we report all of our compliance separately on the core safety elements. Different archetypes, so different types of property will have been built at similar stages. So you tend to see these things come in waves. So our capital programme is a forward-facing programme that says these properties are coming up to a 15-year trigger point for kitchens, for example. But what we were able to do is actually look at that through individual property surveys and determine whether those breaches are in place, whether the kitchen actually needs to be replaced at that point in time or not. And as Councillor Smith-Roberts has stated, we do occasionally get tenants who would prefer not to have the disruption of a replacement kitchen, all replacement windows, replacement bathrooms, etc. So we are continuously in correspondence with those tenants to ensure that we're meeting their needs, doing our best to meet the standards. But again, for the record, it is not a safety matter.
Thank you. And that's what I was getting at. I didn't think it would be a safety matter as such, but just what would it look like? And in terms of, are you expecting those improvements in the figures to continue? Is that the case?
Yeah, so we're continuing to drive up performance in that area. Yes, we want to meet a target. I think it's interesting that I don't think any organisation around the country has 100% compliance. So we're just trying to work through what does a top quartile performance look like. We might have to report against whether it's a pass or fail at 100%, but contextually, it would be good to be able to talk to you about what a good standard looks like within the region as well as nationally.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question, Lucy. And I've got Councillor Jill Slocum next, and then Councillor Bob Filmer. Jill, hello again.
Thank you very much, Leader. Thank you. I always wonder, can I say that I think the word decent home is not the right word to use. I always think that I haven't got the up-to-date standard of loft insulation, but I consider my home to be decent. So that might just be a thought. The other thing I'd like to say is on page 159, out of hours, Somerset Lifeline, I've had a lot of people, not meaning to complain, but have had complaints about this. I find this paragraph slightly odd. It continues to show as read. The target for this is measured by the Technical Services Association as a pass or fail. Can we just understand why they do that as a pass or fail? It gives you the wrong reading, personally. I would like to think that if it is meeting within so much standard, we need to have an amber in there, or perhaps a medium, not the pass or fail, which gives to me that whole paragraph, it doesn't make much sense to me. And I think you do talk about recruitment, which is obviously essential, but I do think it's an area of concern, and it may not be an area of concern as bad as, but the fact that it is showing as red, I think it's giving the wrong reading, or maybe it's not. I just wondered if you could expand on that, please.
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, I agree with you on the decent homes point. You know, it sounds like some people's homes are indecent, which would be particularly alarming. Chris, are you able to go into the technical point on the Lifeline?
Yeah, so the Technical Services Association, so TSA, is a accreditation that we hold as a council. So we use the standards of reporting based upon that accreditation, and that accreditation effectively says it's a pass or fail. So you're either meeting the standard wholly or you are not. I agree. I don't think it's a completely fair assessment of the service. It's also important to understand that this is in conjunction with Lifeline activations. It doesn't record, of course, the service provided to all out-of-hours functions. So if you ring an out-of-hours number, you are phoning the same team as is managing those Lifeline activations. So there are ways in which we could try and up performance around Lifeline activations and responses, but that would have a knock-on effect to other customers that don't fall within that accreditation. So we're trying to use the resources to give a balanced service for all that might need council functions out of hours.
I think if I could, Leader, just to say that I think there are no concerns about the delivery of the service, and then it's showing in red. I think that's slightly ambiguous. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, please, because that does sound like we always need to be concerned. Perhaps not to put that in would be a lot better, if I may say that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the commentary could perhaps reflect that dissonance between the red and the data. I take on board the point made by Chris. Okay, thanks, Jill. And moving on to Bob.
Thank you, Leader. With just a couple of queries. First one on page 169. Obviously, with performance data, it's important stuff is up to date and we can see what's happening. Just wanted to understand why the waste stats, although we're in September, are still saying Q1 data is not available. And equally above that, the planning housing delivery test, that one seems to imply that it's worked out for 2022-23. I would have thought we might have more up to date, even if it's not the national figures that are being compiled. There are annual surveys that are done of what's going on in terms of delivery of housing. So I just wonder whether there is more up to date information on that. And the final question, if I could, relates to Appendix C, which is the items no longer included. On page 198, for example, there's a lot that come under the rationale measure was providing a number rather than tracking performance. Well, to some extent, tracking those numbers is the monitoring of the performance. And how's that going to be monitored if it's now not being reported here? How do members keep across that?
Okay, so the waste question, are you happy to take that, Chris?
Yeah, so the waste data we received from our external contractor, so there is a bit of a delay in how it's received. So it will be updated as soon as it's available, but it wasn't available in time for the report.
Do we have any insight as to when we might expect it?
I'll need to go back to the service, I'm afraid, not off the top of my head.
If we can, yeah, I would expect, given, I think the point is well made by Councillor Filmer, we should expect to see that by Q1. If we're reporting on Q1 in December, I think that is a reasonable expectation. And now I've forgotten what Councillor Filmer's second point was. Sorry, Bob.
That's all right. It was the one just above that, which was the planning delivery
test. Who would like to take that one?
I don't have an answer available at the moment. I'll take that one back to the service and come back to you.
And the third question?
I can take that one if you like.
Sarah's got that one. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to add, where we have volume metrics, we recognise that they do provide really useful context, especially where we are looking at percentage measures. So what we're looking to do for Q2 is where that volume metric is really useful, we will make that clear within the appendix against the metric that we're looking at. So lifeline calls will be an example, percentage answered within 60 seconds, but actually it's really important for us to understand the change in the overall volume to understand how we're performing and any change. So that's something that we have reviewed and learnt from as we've gone through this Q1, and we will make that clearer from Q2.
I think Leader Orr was going to say, if that can be made clear to members as to how we can find that information, so that those of us who are sad enough to want to look at it, it would be useful to know where it's able.
We will embed it within the report, so you've got it there within the narratives against the relevant measures. That's the plan.
A synonym for sad would be dedicated. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak, so we will move on to the recommendations that we are asked to review the performance provided within Appendix A, and in particular the narrative relating to the performance this quarter. And that's it. So proposed by Councillor Lyshawn, seconded by Councillor Wakefield. All those in favour, please. All those against, that is clearly carried. Which brings us on to item 11, which is the strategic and high scoring tactical and operational risk Q1 update. And can we note that the main report is not confidential? Appendix H, though, is, and if we discuss anything in that appendix, we would need to go into private session, exclude press and public. So if you do want to refer to Appendix H, can you let us know before you do so, and then we'll have to make the necessary arrangements for press and public to be elsewhere. Councillor Liz Lyshawn to introduce.
Thank you again, Chair. Our strategic risks were reset in April alongside the introduction of our new risk approach that was approved both by Executive and by Audit Committee. As part of that approach, we have introduced the high scoring tactical and operational risks, that is those scoring 16 plus. They are now included in our quarterly report alongside our strategic risks. In the background and purpose of report on page 208, you will see the useful description of strategic, tactical and operational risks, allowing us to better understand the potential impact of any particular risk. In table Roman 1, one that looks like I, so on page 209, the overview of current strategic risks, you will see that we have one additional strategic risk on the escalation of high needs budget, which we have already discussed with regard to EHCPs this morning. We have 8 strategic risks remaining the same, and we have 2 strategic risks reduced. Appendix B gives us the summary of the high scoring tactical and operational risks. And note please that these do not yet include the programme and project risks. The work to include these very important risks as we move into phase 2 of our transformation programme is ongoing and will be progressed through quarter 2. I think, Chair, we need to make the point that these are works in progress, both performance and risk, both using the IdeaGen software, and the interplay between performance, risk and budget monitoring is extremely important. And another area where my colleague, Councillor Shearer, is constantly holding me to account to understand that interplay and how it plays out in our budget, and how we need to make sure that we're moving in the right direction all of the time. So quarter 1 risk report will of course also be reported to Audit Committee to review assurance, and to Scrutiny Corporate and Resources in September to scrutinise the risks and the all-important mitigating actions. So if I may, Chair, I would like to hand over again to Sarah Hawkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Only a few things to add. So firstly, Liz mentioned the new strategic risks, the escalation in the high needs, budget pressures and cumulative deficit. So that's Org 011. So I think this is a really good example of why we are now bringing through strategic, tactical and operational risks into our quarterly reporting. This risk was previously captured as a tactical risk within the Children's, Families and Education Directorate. However, it is obviously very clear that it requires whole council input in order to progress the mitigating actions, and the consequences of not delivering and achieving the deficit management plan would be very severe and cross-cutting across the council. So that's one that's been escalated up from a tactical to strategic risk. Of the 2 risk profiles that have reduced, so firstly, Org 004, so the inadequate management of contracts leading to financial inefficiencies and regulatory non-compliance. There's been progress in terms of the delivery of training across the organisation in that area. And Org 008, so the insufficient governance and operational arrangements to counter fraud and corruption. Significant work in terms of our policies and approaches to make sure we've got improved organisational grip and reduce the risk in that area. So I just wanted to flag those 3 and we'll invite questions. Thank you.
Okay, any comments or questions from members of the executive? We'll go Heather first.
Thank you very much. I think Liz might be singing my praises a bit too much, but I'm always happy to help. I was just going to say a couple of one general thing and then one more very specific thing. Liz has mentioned the point about connecting with having performance monitoring, in a sense, very integral to everything has to join up, cross-reference across all of these papers. So that's absolutely fine. The other one is a very general one is there any risk? I'd like to see if there's any risk to our ability at all to create an effective local plan, given the pressure on resources because of vacancies. I think that's a general one I just wanted to put out there as a question. And then more specifically, though, on the Appendix A on page 3, I think I might have raised it with Sarah, and forgive me if I don't think it was changed, was Org 009/008 is implementing the improvement and transformation programme. It was approved, but I'm not sure we can say it was implemented yet. So there's just something about the wording in that one. Absolutely, you know, we've got it written and published, but I think we just might need to tweak the wording on that one. That was my questions, please. But yeah, another one for Councillor Rigby, of course, since the local plan sits in his bailiwick, but I think it's a big corporate issue, and just want to make sure that it doesn't appear in any of your tactical risks around the capacity to bring it in on time or whatever it might be. Thank you.
I like the use of bailiwick, just to say. Anyone want to respond to those points?
I can certainly take the second one, and thank you for flagging the mitigating action org 009/008. There is almost a bit of a system error. There's been lots of learning. It's the first time we've used the IdeaGen system to support us in all of our risk reporting. That action is actually split into two, and it relates to the statutory improvement recommendation from our auditor's report. So at the wording, it should have pulled through those two sub-actions, which are much clearer in terms of the production of the initial transformation plan, which is why the narrative against it is showing us 100% as that first step. So that's something we've picked up, and we'll make sure it's broken down into the correct two for the next reporting cycle.
Thank you. And the local plan point?
Just to make the point that we recognise the importance of delivering the local plan, we are under some resource pressure, not only because of the current national marketplace, but also we have diverted some resources, as you're aware, into helping us support the priority decision-making period. So we do have some pressures there. I do think that will have a knock-on effect to the timetable of the local plan, and hence the risk.
If I may, Chair, just as long as it's logged, I think that's the thing. I mean, it may not be, it's maybe a tactical rather than a strategic one, but given the importance. But thank you for that reassurance.
Thank you. And not seeing any other members looking to comment, members of the executive, that is. Any other members of council wishing to comment? Not seeing anybody online or in the room. So we'll move on to our recommendations for item 11. To consider and endorse the current strategic risk profile set out in Appendix A, including the escalation of the high needs budget pressures as a new strategic risk. To consider the current high scoring tactical and operational risks as set out in Appendix B in the summary, and C, D, E, F and G, detailed by directorate. Consider whether the proposed mitigating actions are adequate and appropriate to address concerns. We didn't need to go into private session, so the other two recommendations fall. So with those 4 points, Councillor Liz Lyshawn proposing, Councillor Heather Shearer seconding, and all those in favour, please. All those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you. It tells me on my schedules I've got a lunch comfort break at 12:05 to 1:05. I congratulate colleagues on being ahead of schedule. I'm just wondering whether we might leap ahead and do the MTFP. And do we think we can get that done in 20 minutes? Yeah. Okay, we are going to go to the MTFP in 20 minutes. Sarah, thank you so much for all your hard work on both of those papers. Thank you. Right. So MTFP, Medium Term Financial Plan 26-27, Councillor Liz Lyshawn to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do a quick introduction. This is, of course, an extremely important paper for us. Everything today is important. It always is as an executive, but our medium-term financial plan, of course, is right at the forefront of our thinking. This report rolls forward the MTFP by 1 year and is here to provide the executive with an update on the financial and economic outlook within which we are required to operate, and to update us on that budget gap for 26-27. So we will see the projected budget gap has been reduced to 90.423 million. That is still 14.5% above our projected net income. And having rolled forward the 1 year, the budget gap by 2030-31 is over 200 million, as shown in Table 6, which you'll find on page 292. So we do, of course, have the anticipated fair funding review, to which we have contributed through the consultation process, and the business rates reset ahead. And you'll know, of course, that we now have a new Minister for Local Government and a new Secretary of State. We need to understand that where government references increases in core spending power, most of that is from assumed council tax rises rather than from additional government grants. Table 1 on exceptional financial support is helpful to us in explaining where we have already needed to use capitalisation direction and where we are rolling forward to this current year. Table 5 is helpful to us in demonstrating where we have revision of known assumptions, and then Table 6, as I've already mentioned, just updates the budget gap. So further detail on the paper includes reserves, including comparison across the country, also the updated timeline for budget and council tax setting, and the financial and risk implications. So we will see a further update to the MTFP with the first tranche of savings proposals for 26-27. First series of meetings between our Section 151 officer and the service directorates have already taken place through the summer months, with further workshops due to take place through to early November in order to develop sufficient proposals to meet this very significant financial challenge. We must consult, of course, on our draft budget as well as scrutinise, and we have no time to spare. So I would like to hand over to our Section 151 officer, our interim Chief Finance Officer, Clive Heafy, for further detail on this paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. This is an important paper for us. As you know, the council's responsibility is to balance its budget. That's its legal duty. But it goes wider than that in terms of its duty to look at its financial sustainability over the medium term. And that's why this paper is so important. We look to balance figures, not just for 1 year, but for 2, 3, 4 years, which is always challenging for local authorities, but nonetheless, it's the aim that we have, and some have been more successful than others. The current position, as Councillor Lation has set out, is one that you'll be familiar with. It's with a budget gap of originally of £100 million, rising to 190 over that period, now revised with a number of changes to a figure of 90 million, rising to a figure that's higher, but that's partly because we've added another year on, and it just shows we've got another year of unbalanced budget in the current assumptions. The MTFP is a very dynamic document. It's not something that stands still. It's something that evolves almost on a day-by-day basis. The latest announcement on Friday from government about the date of the Chancellor's budget of the 26th of November means that the aspiration and the target of government to give us a provisional settlement early in November has now gone out of the window. And we're back to having a settlement right up against the Christmas break, which is, we were hoping that would move. That hasn't. We're still hoping that 3-year settlements remains in the whole process. I'm sure that will. I'm not going to be that cynical, but I hope that will. So we'll continue to work on that. There are unknowns in the system. Fair funding review remains an unknown, and I have circulated to members our current assessments of fair funding. Fair funding was held out by many authorities as being the thing that will save them. It probably at the moment, under the current proposals, will impact badly on London boroughs. It will impact well on northern urban unitary authorities, and it will probably impact relatively neutrally on county councils and county unitaries. Some being a little better off, some being a little worse off, and our current assessment is that we'll be a little better off under the current rules, but believe me, there will be an awful lot of lobbying yet to go on before we get to a final position on that. So I really wouldn't want to stick my neck out and say that's where it ends up for us. So we'll watch all those changes going on at the national level, changes in grant levels. I'll be having conversations with MHCLG this week about our position, as I indicated earlier on, around whether we may or may not need a further capitalisation direction and what the impacts of that might be and what any terms that they would put onto that would be, about any scope that we would have should we wish to follow a policy position of increasing council tax above the referendum level. I'm absolutely not committing you to anything. That's not my job. My job is to find out where the parameters lie and what the flex we've got should you want to have that option available to you. And I'll continue to find that out this week. We continue, as has been indicated by Councillor Lation, to have internal meetings to try and make sure that we're getting to the best position we can. Those internal meetings, we've had round one of those with directors. That's all been kicked off and gone well. We're now into round two of deep dives, a couple of which we had last week, and we're now following those. And there'll be a third round coming up in due course. And the aim is to get to you a position in due course where we are completely balanced. I remind you that we've got 2 statutory recommendations outstanding behind us as well, and they are really important to note. And as I said to various committees in my time here, statutory recommendations remain relatively rare in local government. Auditors make recommendations and they expect councils to follow them. Statutory recommendations are ones where they're not satisfied that the progress has been as rapid as could be, and a final escalation of that would be a public interest report if ultimately they felt we're not dealing with the statutory recommendations, and we certainly do not want to find ourselves in a position of being at risk of that. The 2 recommendations to remind you are that we should develop detailed savings plans at pace to deliver the savings targets set out in the MTFP in order to reduce reliance on resources and rebase the council's budgets to a financially sustainable level. And in my simple terms, that means we spend no more each year than we get in income. It's as straightforward as that. The second recommendation regards transformation, and it is an auditor's recommendation and a statutory recommendation that we develop the overarching transformation business case and detailed business cases to deliver service transformation and contribute to the ambitious savings targets. And this should be undertaken at pace in order to deliver the savings. So we continue to try to move at pace on transformation. But just to reinforce that position on transformation, it is a key part of what we do. We can't continue just to stop doing things, do less of things, stop doing services. Most of what we provide, the vast majority of our services are done under statutory duties. An authority like ours will have circa 700 statutory duties. I don't think anyone's ever given me a precise number, but it's something of that kind of order, 700 statutory duties. So we have to carry those out, and the scope for stopping things is therefore quite limited. Transformation is about doing things differently, using different models, learning from the very best around the country. When we see the authorities that win awards each year for some of their transformational work, we need to know what is it they are doing that we are not doing. What do we want to do? How can we apply that in Somerset in a way that strengthens our financial position? And that's why we need some element of external support to help us, not to do it for us, but to help us on that journey to understand what others are doing and how we can deliver services in a much better way, to give better outcomes for customers, but at lower cost, using things like modern technology, using process redesign, etc. All the good tools and techniques that we want, learning from the very best around the country that win awards. So happy to take any questions on this, but this will be a series of updates for you on the MTFP as this dynamic document becomes embedded into the organisation, and we get more and more information then to be able to update it.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Thank you, Clive. Are there any comments or questions from colleagues? Councillor Sarah Wakeford.
Yes, thank you. It's very interesting to hear you talk about it and to explain it, because it is something that I think a lot of people, and certainly members of the public, will find it extremely difficult, because council financing, as I've come to learn, is so incredibly complicated and interdependencies as well. So in the situation where you're not going to get final figures from government until quite late in the day, it makes it extremely difficult to project forward, even though we have to and must do that. What element would you say was kind of hope value in what we're doing, in the sense that we know there will be certain things, there are certain things they've said they won't let us have again, and things that they might let us have or they will let us have, not necessarily with amounts. To what extent does that affect the budget? In other words, is it kind of 30% of the budget or 20% of the budget? I mean, because it is so difficult to be certain about these things. It's a moving target. We've already had a question about taking forward and capitalisation direction in the future, and what they have so far, although they're very reluctant to confirm it until after the end of the financial year, let us do is carry forward some capital that we didn't need to use for whatever reason. So there's so many moving targets. It's very difficult for anybody, including of course myself, to get to grips with it and make sense of it. I know we have to keep doing it, so it's like a constantly refocusing what you're doing with a kind of injection of hope value as well.
A lot of these movements are at the margin. Our core council tax base and core council tax income is there every year. The question is, by what extent can we do it? What's government's limits? What's the referendum limit? Do government allow us to go beyond that? That's in government's hands to help us out on that. But the core council tax is the core council tax. The core business rates is the core business rates. We don't set business rates, and nor do we set what's called the multiplier, the amount that any business pays. That's set by government, so that's completely outside of our hands. Government grants are given to us at government's will, and fair funding is about looking in part at the grants and rebasing that according to need, levels of deprivation, and the ability to raise local taxes. It's trying to take into account those two things. And we have some local ability to raise fees and charges. That's it. That's where our revenue income comes from. So a lot of it is stable, but some of it is really now at the policy end to see how much that can be flexed or not. What is more in our control is in government's view, is our ability to control our own expenditure and get our own expenditure to lower levels. And that, as I say, is by stopping doing things, by doing less of things. But in my view, and where the more successful local authorities who have got long-term, medium to long-term balanced financial plans, is transformation, is about using those opportunities to redesign services completely and say we can do these in a completely different way. That's where the most successful authorities have been. And in my view, that's where we need to be. If we are trying to rely on traditional savings and stopping doing things, we're going to be here for a very long time, taking an awful lot of pain and probably still not reach our goal.
Where you in Appendix A, you talk about asset management. You mentioned various things we can do about reviewing the fleet and looking at operational assets, but you don't mention the commercial property investment assets as an option for selling them.
The policy, the budget policy framework agreed by council in March is that we are selling those properties, and that money will be used for a variety of purposes, but principally in order to fund the transformation programme. That's a policy decision, which is why I haven't mentioned it, because council has approved that. It is open for council to relook at that again at this year's budget round, should it wish to do so.
Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if it's worth just asking Mr. Heafy to cover a little bit more detail, not too much, but on the fair funding review. He's mentioned that some of the things that we're looking at are in the margins. How would he classify the fair funding review? Is that going to be marginal improvements to our budget, or could it be something more fundamental? If we look at the recommendations and that horrible number of £207.781 million funding budget gap by 2030 to 31, let's be realistic about it. There's no cutting our way to that. Even with transformation, I wouldn't have thought. If you think about the fact that 70% of our budget is spent on adults and children's services, if you added that in, that's probably our entire budget. And so we'd already at that point not be carrying out statutory services. So just a little bit more about the fair funding review, if you would, Mr. Heafy, and then on the basis that that might not, with transformation, fill that whole gap, what do we do next?
I'll come back to the what do we do next in a little while. Fair funding, as I said in my note to members, will give us, on the current assumptions, between £4 to £8 million a year additional resources at most, on a budget gap of 90 million. So it is that marginal. And as I say, there will still be strong lobbying from other factions, including London councils, which is a very strong body, because the loss in London, some inner London boroughs are losing up to 30% of their grant. So that's a changing picture. So I really wouldn't have a look at that one as being a long-term solution for us. Just on your first point, you made the point about not being able to save our way out of it. Government will take the view that we have enough money to provide the services we need to, as does every council, and that's the view it will take. So that's the, I'm not going to enter into debate with that, but that's the government's expectation, that we get down one way or another to meeting that level. My view, which answers your last question, is that it's not just about savings. Savings has got a role to make, and stopping doing things that we don't need to do, and taking some painful, difficult decisions that to members are very dear to your hearts. Those are things that we have to do. But the big thing is about looking at the complete way we deliver the services in a different way, and being very bold and saying, you know, we look at good authorities, good practice authorities. You only need to look at things like the Local Government Chronicle Awards or the Municipal Journal Awards. Look at some of the authorities who've won some really good awards for some of the innovative stuff they're doing, and say, actually, what can we learn from that? Because that's where a lot of our answer is likely to lie. I think we never saw our route to success following vesting day as being a day one thing. We saw it as being a journey. We're on that journey, but we have to demonstrate that we're getting closer and closer to this position of a balanced position, and therefore I think it's going to be a tough round. Well, we know already it will be a tough round this year going forward to get closer towards that balance.
Yeah, I think I spent a lot of time saying LGR is a journey, not an event.
Yep.
I'm now thinking it's more of an adventure or a quest or something like that, to be able to find the mythical pot of gold or holy grail or something. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I think I would also add to that answer with looking at the select committee report on local government finance that was published conveniently just about on the date of parliamentary recess, so it seemed to get very little coverage, unfortunately. But in that, it is pretty hard hitting about the state of local government finance across the piece, and also about the unfairness of council tax as a mechanism to fund social care, which is what we've ended up with. I'm also extremely concerned that we have lack of stability in government at the moment, with the Deputy Prime Minister having gone and been replaced by Steve Reed, and also Jim McMahon having been replaced by Alison McGovern. Thank you. We've got to recognise that we wanted a long-term stability around local government finance, and if the ministers keep changing, it puts us in a very difficult position of needing to lobby and help them to understand our position, and then we find we're speaking to different people. So there is a frustration there, but we look forward to forging those new relationships. And as for the 8 million being marginal, we are very grateful of it nonetheless. Should it materialise. Clive, did you want to come back?
Just to add to your comments as well, we just need to remember that the spending review also was not kind to our host department. The Ministry of Communities and Local Government and Housing wasn't kind, and the indications are from a spending department perspective that they will get real terms decreases in their budget over the next period, and clearly there are pressures elsewhere on the economy in general, on defence, on health, etc. So we know about those things. So we've got to be realistic. The money is not there, the cake is not there to grow at MHCLG level. We'll continue to lobby as a sector. We continue to work with a range of bodies, the Local Government Association, etc., to lobby for a bigger share of the cake. But the cake itself is a challenging cake to grow at this moment in time.
Indeed, and we do work with all our representative bodies, CC and LGA, and so on, to be able to secure that extra influence. Just picking up on your point about awards, let's not forget that Somerset got one of those awards as well, because sometimes I think it is forgotten that we are actually achieving a lot of these things already. It's further work that we are looking to awards. You are absolutely right, both for Homes and Horizons and for My Life, My Future. So it's important that we recognise the work that we are doing, and there is further work to do. I think sometimes it's interpreted that we've just woken up and to this issue when we've been working on it very hard over a number of years, and it is uncomfortable to read people have not understood that recently. Not seeing any other members of executive wanting to speak? Are there any other members of council? Councillor Osborne, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a very brief point. You've referred again to the two statutory recommendations, and as Mr. Heafy has commented, those are sort of very rare beasts in local governance. They're relating to, and it may well come in later, but will the auditor, having made the statutory recommendations of what he expects to see us do going forward, are they going to be giving any feedback to us in terms of whether what we are proposing to do in terms of our transformation plans and savings plans, as to whether they are meeting what they had in mind in making those recommendations? Or will we just get an end of year report which may remove those statutory recommendations, or may even decide that they're not very happy and they could even escalate the matter?
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. The auditors are in at the moment doing their work with us on the 24-25 accounts, and various senior leaders in the organisation, and I think senior political figures as well, will be interviewed. Alongside doing the true and fair view of the accounts, they will be doing their value for money report, which is where this emanates from. And we expect to get a draft of that towards the back end of the calendar year. So somewhere around December time, we should get a draft of that. In that report, they will decide what their thinking is along the lines of the two recommendations. It's open to them to keep those recommendations in place as they are, or to reduce them down to something lower, or indeed to extend them if they don't feel we're complying with them. So those are the options. So it's the job of all of us to make sure we present to the auditors a true picture of where we are, the progress we're making, the efforts we're making, in order that we give them a fair basis on which to make that judgment.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other members. No, so we move to our recommendations, for which we have three. To note the key assumptions upon which the MTFP forecast is currently based, together with the updated financial forecast of a projected budget gap of 90.43 million in 26-27, rising to 207.781 million by 2030-31, as summarised in Table 6. To note the MTFP 26-27 and 2030-31 updated timelines for reporting to the Executive and Council, and to note that the Council have responded to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government MHCLG consultation with regard to local funding reform through the Fair Funding Review 2.0. Proposed by Councillor Liz Lyshawn, seconded by Councillor Heather Shearer. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. That is clearly carried. And Jimmy, we can adjourn for lunch now. Okay, adjourn for lunch, and we will reconvene at we'll reconvene at 1:05. Okay, so it's just under the hour. 1:05, please. Evening, good afternoon, rather. Are we ready to get good evening? Oh, that was a Freudian mistake, wasn't it? We'll end up, I'm not anticipating we'll end up past 6 o'clock, but who knows? Just check with Democratic Services staff. We're all good to go. Yep, excellent. Thank you. Can I check that we're all okay online? Can someone put a thumbs up or something just that we can hear? Thank you very much, Councillor Redmond. So we move on to item 13 of our agenda, which is the Harbour Management Advisory Committee Statement of Accounts, and invite Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts to introduce.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have the Harbour Management Advisory Committee. We've got the Statement of Accounts here in front of us. This has been already to the committee in July with the decision to recommend them to us. You will see I actually really like this paper in the fact that it really digs down into a service. So you really see, I guess, some extra detail that us as the executive holders one need to know, but you actually get a little bit more information actually how to our harbours and ports work. and kind of the way that the funds flow through them. So I'm just recommending them here to committee today, and we've got Dave and Jessica here to answer any technical questions.
Welcome, Jessica. Welcome, Dave. Have you got anything you wish to add to?
I've got a very brief. I can run through it very briefly if you need me to. Or...
Just a brief run through would be delightful.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's okay. I won't go through this in great detail because obviously you've read the reports and you receive account reports quite a lot. So I'll just go through the main pieces of the presentation. Second. So I won't go through that bit because that's fairly obvious. So what I put in the report is a table for each port. So we have to separate each port or harbour area off and account for them separately. So Minehead and Watchet, a legacy from Somerset West and Taunton, are under different port legislation, so we account for those ports separately. So if we look at the accounts there, we were underspent by £17,000 on the budget last year, and there's the key variances outlined in the report are premises costs. We were £38,000 underspent, and that is because we had to postpone dredging because we were waiting for a new lease operator or marina operator to take up a lease, and there's no point in us dredging, and they're not, because it was just a waste of, not a waste of time, but they're not dredging would cause us, eliminate what we achieved through our dredging. Supplies and services, we were slightly overspent on that, and that was again a one-off cost due to the transfer of the marina lease, and then the income was slightly under budget on the basis that it's a demand-led service and there was just less people wanting to launch and more last year. Port Bridgewater accounts, so that shows that we were £244,000 underspent against the budget, and the reasons for that, or the key variances here, just a couple of points to note. Employee costs, we were £49,000 overspent on that. The reason I'm raising that is because that's not as in costs of Somerset Council employees. That's casual pilots that we use to bring in the vessels. So sometimes we use pilots which are basically, we use them on a pay-as-you-go basis. So we use those guys to bring the vessels in. Obviously, Jessica also does pilotage, but she can't do all the pilotage. Those guys, we obviously charge us for that, but the offset of that is that it generates a significant amount of income every vessel they bring in, and that effectively offsets the cost of those pilots being used. Premises and services, we were overspent on that, but again, that's linked to the EDF project. We do dredging on their behalf using our license because it's more efficient for that to be done in terms of the operational, the way the ports operate, and we recharge them back for that. So that money was recovered back from EDF through the funding agreement, and again, additional insurance costs associated with EDF are recovered via our funding agreement. The income was £375,000 above target, and that obviously links back to the use of the pilots. So using the pilots does come at a cost, but it does generate significant income in terms of bringing vessels in and out of the port. So overall, it was a positive position for Port Bridgewater. Capital budgets, there are some capital budgets for this year, which are currently being, Jess is currently getting some quotes, and work has started in some of these areas as well. And there is a risk section in the report. It's just worth highlighting this. Currently, it's risked as a low risk for last year. I put a medium risk for future years on the basis that one, you can have unanticipated maintenance costs in reports, which can be quite expensive, and also there's obviously income variability due to external factors, i.e. the progression of the EDF project. But at the moment, it's a positive outcome for Port Bridgewater. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Dave, anything to add, Jessica?
No, we're moving in the right direction. We're trying to utilise all the
the assets and the grants and all the various things to try and make it as cost effective as possible. Shipping is never inexpensive, but marine in front of it usually ups the cost just by the nature of it. And then you couple in the Bristol Channel, which obviously has its own set of unique features in every single way. And that's particularly in line of maintenance where it's got a lot of sediment and stuff to deal with. So no, in essence, we're moving in the right direction. We're getting much better understanding with the community and what we're trying to achieve in moving these ports and harbours forward as assets of Somerset Council.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions? First of all, Councillor Wakefield. Sarah.
Yes, thank you. Very, very helpful to have that breakdown as well, actually. I was just going to ask you on that huge amount of income that you've had from Hinckley, which is to do with obviously with the build they're getting on with. Is that going to continue or are they going to gradually tail off? Because I know they built the temporary, I don't know what you call it, jetty, that's the one, to bring stuff in. And I don't know whether, do they have to pay for that, for using that jetty? I mean, you'll have to explain that to me. But I just wanted to know, because it was really good to have that huge increase. Is that going to likely to continue?
The jetty is within their port area, and that's not linked to the work that Jess and her team are doing. Jess and her team are bringing in like large components for the build, so things like reactor cores, or various huge pieces of equipment they can't get down the road network and they have to bring them into Cummage. So in terms of your question about the income, for the next couple of years while the build is going on, we will get a flow of cargoes, but obviously once the build is finished, then that will drop right off. I don't know if Jess, if you've got any more detail.
We probably got, because of the delay, you've got the delay in the shipping, and it varies depending upon the weather and what they've got, because obviously there's a logistics chain that's involved, because they have to bring it through the DCO, they have to bring it through Cummage. We also have to look forward anyway, because we're a competent harbour authority and have to have pilot authorisation. You've got to look then at how we actually maintain that. So we're already in the throes. We had a feasibility study before we became a unitary for Bridgewater. And I continue to look and see if we can get people who would like to come and use the harbour. It has a very unique section because you've obviously got, when the tide's out, you can walk between number 1 buoy and number 2 buoy in the bay. So you're looking at tide over time. So you can't come in too soon, otherwise you won't have the water. But if you don't come in quick enough, you ain't gonna have any water up the other end. So the bottom dollar is we're looking to find the right partnerships with people so that we can use the assets that are there, because you've obviously got infrastructure that you have to maintain anyway as a navigational authority. And therefore, what we're looking for is just try and keep that up. You're never going to get quite as much unless you've got something like EDF happening, but obviously they've got to decommission things and such like. So it's about just looking at the wider picture. And from an environmental point of view, for every 1,100 tonne of cargo that goes up the river, you'll have to have about 40 lorries to shift that on the roads. So it's something to bear in mind, just so you can join the dots up and potentially use what you've already got under your nose.
And that's why I risked it in the report, medium risk for sort of future years, because of that uncertainty around once EDF finishes and so forth.
Okay, any other comments or questions? No, I'm not seeing anything from executive members. Anything from other members of council, online or in the room? No, not seeing anything. So we move on to the recommendations that we approve the draft statement of accounts. Can I see a proposer? Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts. Can I see a seconder? Councillor Heather Shearer won that one. And all those in favour, please. All those against, that is clearly carried. Thank you very much. And we move on with the same cast of characters to item 14, which is the Harbour Management Advisory Committee strategy, and Federica to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. And this actually feeds in very nicely following what Jessica said about constantly thinking about what we're going to do moving forward with all the different players and things being available and what changes in relation to EDF. So this report that we have in front of us is the strategy from 2025 to 2035. I want to give a big thank you both to our officer team, but to the Harbour Management Committee led by Councillor Sully that have pulled this together and actually put the report that we've got in front of us is actually very easy reading. Not many of us, get involved in harbours, we have it as our executive duty, but actually if you put it out to the public, I think lots of this is really understandable about the aims and ambitions that we want to do with the ports and harbours that we have, the fact that we want to think about climate change and our economic strategy around tourism and to support economic growth, as well as their role within the community. So it's a really strong piece of work that's been brought forward today. So my thanks goes to both of you two in front of me, but the team that have pulled this together.
Okay, over to you, David.
I've got a brief presentation, so I will go through this as quickly as I can. Also, I'm not going to go through the purpose because we know the purpose of the report, obviously to get approval from yourselves for the strategy. So there's two recommendations. One is that it's approved as presented Appendix A, or two, it's approved with any amendments that may be requested as part of this process. Just to note, it's gone to the Harbour Management Advisory Committee, and it went on the 28th of July. And the decision from that meeting was that it was resolved that the Harbour Management Advisory Committee endorsed the harbour strategy presented in Appendix A and recommend to the Executive for approval, and that's why it's been brought here today. Just briefly to go through, let's say, the purposes of the strategy. It's designed to give a 10-year strategic framework for the harbours for sustainable development and governance. It's spanning from 2025 to 2035. It's trying to put like we say, a long-term vision, a long-term strategic look at it so that we can plan and develop it over a period of time. Some of the things in here will take a while to deliver, and that's why it's a 10-year strategy. As Councillor Smith-Roberts said, it has been developed by the Harbour Management Advisory Committee, and members of that committee have developed this with in conjunction with officers to put this strategy document together. It covers Minehead, Watchet and the Port of Bridgwater. There's a number of strategic goals. I'll go through some of these. So to provide safe and high quality infrastructure, we've got harbour facilities at Minehead and Watchet, and there's obviously facilities not necessarily owned by us in the Port of Bridgwater. And the idea is to look at those, make sure they're adequately maintained, improve harbour facilities where we can. Importantly, to ensure compliance with the Port Marine Safety Code, which is the code of practice for ports and harbours. There is now an element of that relates to harbour facilities to ensure that they meet the requirements of the code, and invest in staff and training and safety systems. Stakeholder and community engagement. Our ports and harbours are great assets for the local community, particularly at Minehead and Watchet, and obviously you've got Sailing Club at Burnham-on-Sea, so they're great facilities. And those stakeholders are important in the process of running these harbours and ensuring that that we're delivering things that the community want, I suppose, where we can. Some things we have to statutorily deliver. So it's hopefully to strengthen relationship with users and stakeholders, improve communication and consultation, and try to collaborate across council services, because there's obviously elements within the council, things like, for example, economic development, say, for example, that may have could have an impact within the harbours in terms of looking at ways to regenerate revenue, particularly in the Port of Bridgwater, as we discussed in the previous report. So it's looking at partnerships like that. To look at promoting tourism and commerce, some more support marine-related businesses and innovation. So all these issues are contained within the strategy, and also importantly, financial sustainability. Aim for operational self-sufficiency within the lifetime of that strategy. It's a big aim, but I think it's something that we need to strive towards in terms of looking at those assets and seeing where we can run them efficiently and generate income to support them and to improve them and to ensure that they're not just we're not having to just fund them if we can generate income from them. As you saw at Port of Bridgwater in the previous report, things like pilotage can generate significant amounts of income if you can get the customers to want to utilise the port facilities. So things like promoting the port in those areas. Explore external funding and manage capital reserves. So there are opportunities for external funding in ports. There's grants available and so forth. So looking at what we can do with those sorts of things in order to improve facilities and upgrade where we can infrastructure and so forth, and develop business plans and performance indicators. On the back of this strategy, a business plan is being developed, which is looking to build on the objectives of this strategy. So that's currently being developed in the background. Looking at the nature and cultural heritage, they're obviously focal points for the community. There's a lot of history in these ports and harbours, and again, there's a link potentially for tourism and filming and so forth within the harbour areas, and aligned development with community identity. Again, they're centre in the community, so having the community input into that is essential for places like Minehead and Watchet. And again, looking at environmental protection, there's all sorts of environmental legislation associated with ports, and ensuring that we're complying with that, which is a requirement of the Port Marine Safety Code in terms of things like oil spill improvement plans and so forth, and also aligning with things like the climate change emergency and strategies and so forth like that. Key initiatives, infrastructure projects, identify improvements at Minehead, Watchet and Bridgewater, environmental management, things like dredging, waste reduction, habitat protection, marketing and promotion, trying to obviously promote tourism and business use of things like Port Bridgewater, digital transformation, looking at which I think links quite nicely into the transformation work we're doing at the moment within the council. Is there areas where we can make those improvements for customers and make operations more efficient through the use of the transformational technology, and economic development, so support for aquaculture, things like renewable energy. There's potential for that sort of thing in the Bristol Channel, and for local businesses, many of which in the sort of close proximity of the harbours rely on the harbours to a certain extent for the income for their businesses. There was a SWOT analysis done as part of this strategy. Strengths, these are just some bits that have been picked out. So historic value of them, community support, tourism potential, weaknesses, aging infrastructure, and to a certain extent limited funding. And that's not just within Somerset Council. I think that's a sort of theme across the marine industry. As Jessica said earlier, you put an M in front of it for marine, it increases the cost of what you need to do. And looking at opportunities, renewable energy, tourism, commercial shipping and partnerships, and threats, things like climate change and economic uncertainty. Financial risk implications, I put that in the document because obviously it's quite a weighty document. There's a lot of proposals in there. It's high level though, but there's no direct financial implications associated with the strategy in itself. Future initiatives that come out of the strategy may require funding, but it's been clear within this report that these will be dealt with through appropriate financial mechanisms within the council. So we ensure that there is appropriate funding in place if any, for any initiatives, etc., to come forward. And main risks, I suppose, to the strategy are things like, in terms of staff resources and financial resources of implementing what's in there. But we think we can do it. But I think what we need to do to implement it is to prioritise the actions based on safety and operational importance to align with the resources and finance and staff that are available. So I put the safety aspect in there because there will be things that within the strategy which we might want to do, but there may be overriding safety issues associated with the operations side of the port, which may have to take precedence for us to fund that rather than things that may be coming out of this, certain things that are coming out of the strategy. So I've made it clear in the report that actions will need to be prioritised as they come out. Recommendations and next steps. I went through the recommendations earlier about approving with amendments or approving without amendments. If the strategy is approved today, then the next steps will be implementation and phased action based on resources. And the strategy is to be reviewed annually by the Harbour Management Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much. Anything to add, Jessica?
No, other than it's a very good piece of document. It should be. We're trying to make it without sounding rude to all the council members here. As a Joe public, it's not a beige report. It's less dry than some of the ones you have to look at. So hopefully it's understandable, and it'll give you what you need to know with where we're direction of travel for the harbours and ports.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you very much. And I was going to say, you don't want a dry harbour report, do you? Really, that wouldn't be good. Boom, boom. Sorry about that. I get that in before you did it, but sorry about that. No offense. But no, I think it reads incredibly well. I think it's a very good document, and I'm really pleased to see it. And it is easy to read. I just had two questions really. One is that I'm assuming, I just have to ask the question, but you know, if you guys are behind it, just making sure that with all the threats and weaknesses that you've spotted, that this strategy and the business plan is going to be taking it the way you want it to, it's enough. And the other thing I fell over was because some little things like on those 2 pages, that's in pages 392 or whatever they were, the 392 and 391 or whatever, those 3. Anyway, around there, you've got things very specific like there's no fuel in the harbours, so that's a bit of a practical issue really in terms of there's some practical things. But the bit that I really fell over was at the top of the opportunities and threats page, where the first threat is indifference, and I thought, oh, that made me feel a little bit kind of, oh, I'd like to think that whatever we're doing in this subsequently with the strategy and the plan, we do what we can to address the indifference, because that just felt like there was a lot behind that one word.
Yeah, I think the reason that's in there is to make sure that we get the community buy-in, we get the buy-in within the organisation, we work with the other services, etc., to make sure that we drive this forward. And back to your first question, yeah, there are some resource issues, you know, as we know, you know, in various areas, you know, various local authorities. But the idea is to give us a target, and we can, you know, hopefully there will, you know, this will be a positive document for the harbours, and I think we will be able to implement it. But that's why I've put in there about prioritising it and aligning it with resources, because I think we do need to manage expectations that we're not in the next 12 months going to be, you know, redeveloping you know, all these harbour areas and stuff like that. I think it's putting into perspective that we you know, we do need to prioritise it, but good things will come out of it. And I think it is a really positive document for those communities in Minehead and Watchet, and you know, those that utilise the Port Bridgewater, because it does give that aim and that strategic direction. We can now plan with the business plan for the future, and we can put those, you know, put the actions in place to develop these port areas.
Yes, thank you. I also thought this was very interesting. It's upbeat as well. Thank you for that too. I just wondered, I did mention this when we had our briefing about this, the question of a harbour revision order, which I think is needed, we said, because there's lots of statutes that go back a long way. And it's just a thing that should be done, really. I mean, just like there's quite a lot of laws in this country that ought to be looked at and repealed, probably. They used to do more of that, I think, the Victorians and the Edwardians. But anyway, with that in mind, I just wondered if we are getting some surpluses in, windfall surpluses, you might say, should we be putting a bit aside each year towards a fund for that to happen? Because it does cost a lot of money, I know, but I just wondered if, like they'd done with the Bridgewater tidal barrier thing, you know, they had to put some money aside from building projects and things towards it. I just wondered whether it's worth thinking about doing that. I don't know.
I think that's probably a more of a question for finance in terms of the utilisation of any surpluses. So I'll divert to finance officer.
Just general fund spend, and yes, so I'll take the question away and give it some more thought, but that's my initial thought.
Okay, thank you. For me, yeah, welcome the positivity in the report. Particularly like the link through to Screen Somerset. seeing that sort of joined up thinking across our teams that there is opportunity there. I just wanted to take the opportunity just to mention the dredging and watch it and the improvements that we've seen there. I know that's been a long running issue, which has caused many tears and heartache over the years, and it's great to see the improvements and seeing watch it being more used. On the risk question, you highlighted limited staff, and just very aware of the cost of bringing in locum pilots to be able to, and I'm very aware of what Jessica said about the unique nature of the tidal patterns on the estuary. Are we satisfied that there is sufficient expertise available out there for us to be able to having a working harbour system?
Do you mean within the council?
Both within the council and within the market, external to the council as well.
Yeah, I think there are some issues around, I suppose, resources, staff resources, and I think there is potentially we would like some more resources, but I think that's a discussion. There's some discussions going on outside of this, but I think it is a very technical area, and there are obviously risks associated with running ports. It's not like a sort of job where for example, you can go on leave and just leave it, and I think that's where some of the risks align, because we haven't got that resilience where for example, if Jessica goes on leave, there is no harbour master there to provide that cover. There's things we can put in place to try to mitigate that risk, but the fact of the matter is there isn't a harbour master there to operate the port when Jessica's not here. So yes, there are risk issues associated with it. In terms of expertise outside of the council, I mean, the marine industry is a big industry, so there are plenty of people out there that can undertake harbour mastering duties and so forth. So yeah, there is a lot of experience out there. The reason we use the locum pilots is because, again, it's a very specialist area of work. You can't just get anyone to do that. And where we had a member of staff leave some time ago as part of the restructure, well, it was prior to the restructuring, we needed to have some additional pilots because, again, Jess can't do the pilotage all on her own, and we need to have at least 3 pilots in place for us to be able to operate that port, and provide that pilotage service. So that's why we've brought locum pilots in, because we need to do that to be able to provide the pilotage service.
Can I just add one thing? In relation to pilotage, what you need to understand is each pilotage area is a very specific area, and you can only be authorised for that particular area. So we have these additional pilots as resilience, but they've had to be authorised, and they have to do the same thing as they would do if they were a council officer. There is lots of people out there who come off the sea, but a lot of it is you've got to make it an attractive thing to be doing, or it has to match their circumstances. So the answer is a lot of smaller ports have issues with trying to recruit people, in as much as they've got to see the direction of travel, and with the publication of the strategy, the business strategy, that goes a long way to showing the direction of travel that you're trying to take the harbours and the ports, so that you can then say, well, this is what we're wanting to do, and people have got something to actually try and get their teeth into if they decide to come in and be part of the organisation.
I think, to summarise, yes, we could do with some additional resources to your original question.
Yeah, I suspect most areas of the council would do that. But I remember watching a massive piece of kit come in for HPC, and was just so impressed by the skills that were involved in bringing that in, and also it did strike alarm bells, the risk if that went wrong at any point, and so that skill set is so highly valued, and I'm really reassured by the answers that I've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, yeah, I've read the report and I think it's an excellent piece of work. I was also fortunate enough to spend a bit of time with Dave and the captain last week during their MCA inspection. I was impressed with everything I've heard of that meeting. I'm very grateful for the quality of staff we have in that area. Thank you.
Excellent. There being nothing further, we'll move to the recommendations to approve the harbour strategy as presented in Appendix A. I'm assuming there's no other amendment to that. So that's proposed Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Councillor Rigby. All those in favour, all those against, and that's clearly carried. I'll take the opportunity to thank Dave and Force Captain Jessica Tyson for all your hard work and your expertise in these areas. Thank you. So, as warned, item 16 will follow item 14, I remembered. So we have the Workforce Programme Council Restructure 24-25 closure report, and I'd like to invite Councillor Thea Butt-Philip to introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to be able to present this report to the Executive. It is a report for information to enable us to understand the outcomes of the workforce programme which we have recently undertaken. It has been an enormous amount of work by a huge number of our staff, and we are incredibly grateful to them for everything they've done to make it as successful as it has been. It is always deeply sad when we have to see valued colleagues leave the organisation. However, this programme has been undertaken in as sympathetic a way as possible to minimise the number of compulsory redundancies, which is something that we are required to do, but in the context of the savings which have been made and the number of posts that have been removed from the organisation, the fact that we have managed to keep the compulsory redundancies down to 87 is actually something we should be quite proud of. I will hand over to Nicola Hawayak, who is the HR transformation lead who worked along this programme, along with Dawn Betteridge, our service director, who is joining us online.
Thanks, everyone. So I wasn't planning on going through the report in detail because we've already had conversations with scrutiny and members in other forums. Just to say really that this report outlines sort of the aims, approach, outcomes and very importantly for us, the lessons learned from the programme that we went through. And it's designed really to act as a case study type document so that we can share with others the process that we went through, but also take those lessons learned into future programmes and obviously in particular looking at the future transformation of the organisation. We have had some feedback through scrutiny, so some minor changes will be made to the final document, and thank you for that. So really just looking for the recommendation as outlined for the exec committee to note the report and consider whether there are any other additional comments that they would like to make.
Thank you, Nicola. Just looking for any comments from members of the executive. Federica.
Mine are just two questions, I think, or one comment, one question. My question is around when do we think we'll get the gender pay gap report or update, because I think it is noted that that has increased after doing this piece of work. So it'd be really interesting just to try and understand that a little bit more and what we can do in order to reduce that gender pay gap. And I guess the second, I think you said, Nicola, around the I guess the lessons learned. It would be good to, I don't know, reach out to the community county councils network or the LGA and say, look, this is what we've gone through. If what happens across the country happens with everyone moving to unitary status, that we have got so much that we can help others and guide them both in our successes but also our challenges, and this report would be one of it. So I think, you know, we've got so much to offer that it's about how we move that forward and help others go through the
pain that we went through.
So on the first one in relation to the gender pay gap update, I'll get that for you. So I know that some work will be being done on that. So let me check and I'll come back to members on that one. And yes, agree with the lessons learned. We're already sort of getting calls and talking to other councils around the process that we've been through. So yeah, we'll definitely follow through on that.
Indeed, I think that goes across a number of areas of council work. Is the support and advice we're giving to other colleagues who are about to embark on a similar journey in so many ways. It is of note, shall we say? Are there any other members of the executive who wish to comment at this stage? Not seeing anything, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say probably what I said at scrutiny, possibly even said at audit. I actually enjoyed reading this report, and I'm really delighted to see that it has come before the main transformation report, because it actually feels when reading this report that it's actually setting the scene for what is to come next. So thank you for taking me up on that suggestion that we actually put this in front. And also that it is worthy of examination. I found it actually an enjoyable report to read, and I think I learned a lot from reading that. I think I learned a lot that maybe we're missing a trick. We've actually got some very talented people. We've still managed to hang on to them. So should we not be making better use of them in delivering some of the transformation work and actually leading some of that work? And I think that was actually done with adult social care in Newton, with the adult social care, but it seems the NHS benefited from that, but maybe we didn't quite so much in terms of passing those learnings on to the rest of the organisation and filtering through some. It's been done to yourself, by yourself, and with consent. The lessons learned part was really useful. We learned what worked, we learned what needed to be done, what could be done better, what some of the problems are, and a theme coming out from that seemed to be sort of communication and also how people saw things in different ways. And also there probably has to be as well a build-up of trust between the leadership, officers, members and grassroots staff, and that maybe the role of the consultant is to facilitate that. But there's also potentially staff development opportunities as well that seem to come out from this. So is it possible that we could actually backfill the business as usual bit of an officer's role? So those that are the most talented and show the most aptitude for the transformation training of trainer work to get that through could actually have their business as usual bit backfilled, which could be cheaper than using perhaps expensive consultancy staff. So they are fully free to do that transformation work and focus on that. As I say, I found it a useful report. I commend it, and many thanks to Nicola, Dawn and the team for putting that together for us. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm just appreciate the comments about this, and would note that, for example, with the pay and grading review, we're using substantially our own staff, but also buying in resource and backfilling as an example of where we were doing precisely that. So I would say that's exactly what is happening. However, I'll pass on to Councillor Butt for that.
Well, you largely took the words right out of my mouth, Chair.
To be clear.
Yes, indeed. But no, I mean, just to assure Councillor Osborne that yes, absolutely, we will be making sure we use every opportunity to make the best use of the skills and experience that so many of our staff do have. And if that requires us to bring in extra resource elsewhere to enable them to focus on transformation, that's definitely something that we will consider and look at and doubtless implement in certain cases.
Yeah, and while you were talking, I had the opportunity to think of exactly how I think Councillor Wakefield's about to make this point, so I'll let her do it.
Well, I would just wanted to say that the My Life, My Future programme was not the same as this at all. It was not about staff reduction. It was about making savings in the way we work. So it's not the same thing. And what we were doing was looking at the data we had in a different way and using it more productively. Now, that may be part of transformation, but this programme we're talking about now was about staff reduction and reorganising, reshaping. And that was not what we were doing with Newton and adults. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. And not seeing any other comments or questions. Oh, Liz.
Chair, on the item we're on at the moment, the workforce programme, it was absolutely essential that we got the establishment for this still relatively new council into the right place, that we lost all the voids and vacancies that weren't going to be filled. And so we could get to the stage where we had an establishment list through HR that works with the payroll list, and that is an establishment. None of that had been done before vesting day. And so one of the things, when I do, on the rare occasions that I speak to other councils who are heading towards LGR, and I'll say rare occasions because none of us have got much time to talk to other councils because we're too busy trying to sort out our own council. But one of the things that I say is, if you've got some time between now and your likely vesting day of a new council, get your establishment in order now. Don't leave it until after vesting. And there has been a massive amount of work completed within this council by our HR team to make sure that we get ourselves into the right place, and that you'll recall very early on, I can't remember whether it was just before or just after vesting, when we looked at all of the different agencies who were providing workforce to the predecessor councils, and we brought that all down. It was before Dawn Betteridge's appointment. I remember that we brought it all down to the one agency. And so that is one of the things that I do talk to other councils about. Do that in advance of vesting. If we'd had more time and more knowledge that other people can bring into an organisation because they've lived through it before, then do it in advance. Don't wait until vesting and do it after. No matter how good your people and how good a result they get, do it in advance of vesting. Then you've got a much better chance of putting together a coherent budget for your first year because you know what your staffing costs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to summarise, I think the table on page 483, showing us 328 staff exits with 562 full-time equivalent posts lost. And I was just trying to see the figure for compulsory redundancy was 87. I think, though, when you look at that as the data, it does show we've tried to minimise the impact on our staff, trying to support them into other opportunities where we can, and also been really impressed with the support package that we've offered to those staff who we've not been able to accommodate in the organisation. So although this is not something to be celebrated, it is something to note with significance the impact it will have had on ensuring the sustainability of the council. Okay, so we've got a recommendation that we're asked to note the contents of the report. I'm not seeing a need for additional comment. Is anybody else? No. So we merely to note the comments of the report. So that's proposed, Councillor Theo Philip, seconded Councillor Lation. Those in favour, those against, that's clearly carried. And thank you so much for all the hard work from your team, Nicola and Dawn. Okay, so we go from 14 to 16 to 15, which is on page 411 of our brochures. But not to forget, we are also moving back to public question time, in which we have further contributions from members of the community. And I'd like to ask first for Mr. Chris Mann. to come to the podium, please. And a reminder, you have 3 minutes, and I generally give some leeway on that 3 minutes. So if you'd like to start, please.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, the Liberal Democrats were very much against one unitary council and spent a lot of taxpayers' money on a pointless public vote for their stronger Somerset proposal with 2 unitary councils plus 3 other organisations, which would not have made any savings. I'm afraid that inspiring innovation is telling me that you and your chief executive have done no merger planning since 2022. He came from Windsor and Maidenhead, a council that now needs 103 million in support. Surely it was rather naive to expect a bailout in Somerset when, like you, government itself is struggling with debt interest. The leader constantly says that council funding is broken, yet only 30 councils nationwide have been granted exceptional financial support. Alongside that, our Associated Improvement and Risk Register highlights redesign failures, budget weaknesses, and recruitment problems. Somerset is one of just 6 councils permitted to raise council tax by over 5% without a referendum. The deputy leader tells us again that this council is somehow advising others on how to avoid financial collapse, when we ourselves face merger failure, almost 900 million debt burden from 4 bad choices, repeated auditor warnings, and 2 statutory recommendations out of just 4 issued nationally. Meanwhile, scrutiny is being hollowed out. Replacing it with a single officer and a task and finish group is simply unacceptable. On top of this, we find that the Resources, Strategy and Information team, tasked with plugging the financial gap, has breached policy. Must we assume the worst, over 10.3 million spent in just 3 purchases? Today, you're asked to approve a consultant for inspiring innovation at a cost of 20 million. Commissioners, by contrast, would cost 7.5 million and make savings. Have we learned nothing from the disaster of South West 1, which was supposed to save 192 million, but instead cost us 80 million? Inspiring innovation is South West 2, but on a much larger scale. A risky smokescreen, very disruptive, and a 5th bad choice, needing yet more borrowing. I urge you, at the very least, postpone this decision. Give residents the time and information they deserve to understand the effect of bankruptcy on what is being proposed. Do not rush us into another costly mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. And 20 seconds over time, so you can have that one on me, okay? Councillor Theo Burt-Philip to respond.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Mann, and for this opportunity to respond to them. Somerset Council came into existence in April 2023, and whilst the decision to create a single authority was not universally popular, this administration has always been clear about its commitment to making this authority work for the people and communities of Somerset. Work began towards the creation of Somerset Council before the 2022 election, continued through to the run-up to vesting day, and we are continuing to deliver a programme of work to bring services and policies into alignment. This work has never stopped. Your characterisation of the proposed changes to scrutiny does not match my understanding, nor what is contained within the recommendations of the Scrutiny Review Working Group, which was conducted in partnership with the Local Government Association and the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny. If the proposals were to hollow out scrutiny, I suspect we would have heard that from the Scrutiny Committee when they discussed it at their last meeting. As it is, they are recommending those proposals to full council on the 25th of September. I'm pleased to be able to have been advised that we can now share more information about the breaches and waivers report brought to the last audit committee. Of the £10.3 million expenditure you reference, 10 million of that can be attributed to an additional public health grant and funding for drug and alcohol support. Whilst a compliant contract was in place, the additional funding meant that expenditure was higher than the originally advertised contract value. It was sadly the case that there was not time to undergo a new procurement exercise and use the funding within the required time frame. Therefore, the alternative to this approach would have been to return the funding to central government instead of using it to tackle serious issues here in Somerset. I am confident that of those two options, the decision which was made was the one that was in the best interests of the people and communities of Somerset. Two smaller contracts were direct awarded due to limited capacity with low risk and are now being addressed through compliant processes. Calling in commissioners is not something this council has the power to do. That is a decision for the Ministry for Communities, Housing and Local Government. Issuing a Section 114 notice would be a decision for our Chief Finance Officer, but that is a decision that he would have to make if, in his judgment, our expenditure was likely to exceed the resources available to us. That is not currently the case, and therefore it is not an option. This administration has been clear since the declaration of the financial emergency that we will keep this council afloat. We will keep control in the hands of the people of Somerset. Were we to have commissioners imposed upon us, that would be additional to the money being spent on transformation, not instead of it. It would be an additional cost to have commissioners who would likely cut services beyond what this administration has done and is prepared to do, whilst almost certainly having to bring in external support, as we are doing, to tackle the very real challenges we face. The Inspiring Innovation Programme is being carefully considered to support the long-term sustainability of the council. The initial phase of the work is budgeted for 1.5 million, with the full contract capped at 20 million over the lifetime of the contract. This investment is expected to yield a return of £2.50 to £3 for every £1 spent, with some initiatives delivering even higher returns. Decisions will be made transparently and in the best interests of the people and communities of Somerset.
Thank you, Theo. And and also note that I've been referenced in your question, where you mentioned only 30 councils have exceptional financial support. I would consider 30 to be beyond an exception. It might be of interest for you to read the cross-party report on local government finance from the Select Committee that was published in July, which made it very clear that most councils are in this position. I would further note that 15 councils have had best value notices, and according to the County Council Network, 26 councils would declare 114 if the DSG deficit was included in our accounts as well. There is a considerable nationwide issue around local government finance, which is beyond just us here in Somerset Council. It's important that we recognise that this is very much a broken system. Our second speaker is Mr. David Orr. David.
Thank you, Chair. This council declared a financial emergency almost 2 years ago. Just 2 months later, the auditor Grant Thornton formally warned of a lack of transformation savings. The budget gap in the next 18 months is 146 million, with this controversial transformation contract let adding another 45 million to that enormous gap. The risk of Section 114 bankruptcy surely looms prior to the next elections in May 2027. Essex County Council, the only one I could find, has a mature and effective whole council transformation programme proactively focused on making cash savings and improving efficiency. By contrast, this council over the past 3.5 years appears reactive and is still a long way from realising all the cash savings inherent in the unitary council. Why wasn't this external consultancy whole council approach taken immediately after the auditors issued their first savings warning in January 2024? With 1 year to plan and over 2 years of new council, it's my understanding that the planning service remains with 6 IT systems, 5 ways of working, and 4 teams still based on the original district council areas. So post-merger full unitary savings are not yet realised. This is bread and butter stuff, not transformation. Will the planning service Will getting the planning service onto one IT system with single efficient processes and one way of working be part of the consultant's work programme in inspiring innovation? Essex has a single director focused on transformation savings. Here, the transformation director, whom I have a lot of sympathy for actually, is also in charge of resources, and inexplicably in March of this year, the chief executive added the monitoring officer role to his already overloaded post. This not only creates conflicts of interest, but given the red card statutory savings warnings from the auditor in January of this year, why further dilute savings focus and effort? Will the council allocate a new director of transformation to ensure that the existential risk of bankruptcy is given the priority and resources it requires? How long will it take to mobilise the contract and what is involved? I don't think it's a very plain English public way to understand things. Given that even with the return on investment of 2 to 1, the consultants would need to identify 73 million of cashable savings realisable within 12 months after mobilisation, that could easily be January, that having more than 2 years eluded the senior responsible officers employed at the council. When will a savings plan become available? If it becomes clear that the consultants cannot quickly identify realisable cash savings of the magnitude required and in the short time it's needed, what is Plan B? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr, and a response from Theo Philip.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Orr. I believe you have been advised that I will answer the first 2 questions now and that you will receive a written response to your further questions. So the executive of Somerset Council clearly set out its plans for phase 1 of the council's transformation programme in early 2024. Our immediate focus was on delivering the savings proposals that had been confirmed by the council and on resizing the council's management and staffing structures following local government reorganisation. This was a critical first step in creating a sustainable organisation. Delivering this structural transformation alongside the other key elements of the first phase of the transformation programme, such as My Life, My Future, Adults Transformation, was rightly prioritised. It was essential that we address these foundational aspects before considering the next stage and options such as external consultancy support. By doing so, we can now make the best use of any external advice, guidance, or capacity which can be targeted specifically at areas where internal delivery was not feasible or where specialist expertise will be required. Regarding the planning service, the persistence of multiple IT systems, process improvements and recruitment reflects the complexity of integration post-merger. These are the types of challenges that are being actively addressed as part of our ongoing transformation. While the auditor's statements in 2024 were a serious signal, we had already declared a financial emergency in autumn 2023, when we began first to stabilise and then reshape and resize the organisation. A whole council transformation approach of the sort we are now commencing would, if undertaken at that stage, have risked diverting focus and resources from the essential groundwork which was needed to ensure that the critical first phase of transformation was delivered effectively.
Thank you, Theo. And our third public question is from Brenda Orr. Thank you. We've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was born in Chard, Somerset. I was a teacher for 40 years, with 31 of them teaching in Street. In 2022, I voted Lib Dem in the local elections. Now, just 3 years later, this council is staring at bankruptcy within 18 months. I hear it repeated time and again by the leader and the deputy leader that the council funding system is broken. Is there a collective amnesia at work here? When the reckless investment banks crashed our economy in 2008, we had a coalition government of Tories and Lib Dems from 2010 to 2015. In that period, the National Audit Office reported that government funding to local authorities fell by 28% in real terms. That's when Somerset Shore Start Centres closed. A great loss to disadvantaged children whose life chances depend on early support. School funding was squeezed in real terms. Having been part of breaking the system, you now demand that it be fixed. Somerset's finances were damaged locally too, by a previous Lib Dem administration and following their chief executive into his hubristic South West One venture, losing a staggering £80 million. Money that should have gone into special needs education, adult social care and fixing potholes, etc. Instead, party loyalty was rewarded. The leader made a Lord, the deputy leader an OBE. 3 years on from the election, the merger of 5 councils is still incomplete. It was supposed to save money and protect frontline services. Twice now, your own auditors have said you're behind in making unitary savings. Yet the director responsible sits on £150,000 a year, while consultants are being brought in at a cost of at least 20 million to do his work at our additional expense. The chief executive presiding over this fiasco remains in post on £205,000 a year. In just 2 years, my council tax has risen by 21%. In Taunton, people are paying the highest town council tax in the land. We are paying more for less. Is it now time to call commissioners people with a proven commercial record of realising the unitary savings, which the Lib Dems have failed to fully deliver? I was so appalled by the lack of competence nationally and in Somerset that I did not vote at the last general election, the first time since 1972. The future looks bleak indeed for public services, for local government, for the trust that holds our democracy together. Come 2027 and 2029, will there be a day of reckoning? Will a furious and disillusioned electorate turn to a disruptor because they believe, as you keep saying, that the system is broken?
In 2027, the electorate of Somerset will have a choice. Do they wish to see this administration continue or not? This is an administration which has always put the long-term interests of the people and communities of Somerset first. You have clearly, in the council plan, articulated our priorities: a greener, more sustainable Somerset, a healthy and caring Somerset, a fairer, ambitious Somerset, and a flourishing and resilient Somerset. This administration has delivered on these priorities and continues to deliver on these priorities. This administration has worked since day one to ensure the creation of the new unitary authority delivers the maximum possible benefit for the people and communities of Somerset. And we are continuing to work towards building an effective, efficient and financially sustainable council. We have delivered more than the savings anticipated in the One Somerset business case over the last 2 years. This administration works with partners to protect the services our residents value the most, and is prepared to take difficult decisions now and invest now to ensure the long-term viability of the council rather than focusing on short-term political expediency, as has so sadly too often been the case in the past. That is the decision that the people of Somerset will have to make.
Thank you, Theo. I wonder if I could just check what was the business case savings from unitary councils. 18.5 million a year. How much over 2 years? And the saving just from the last paper was 33 million. Okay, so 33 million, 18. Okay. Just to be clear, I believe those savings have been delivered as a fact check. Right, so we move on to item 15, Halls Council Transformation Updated Strategic Transformation Partner. Councillor Theo Butt-Philip to introduce.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this report and recommendations. There are 2 principal areas covered in this report. Firstly, the appointment of a strategic transformation partner. Secondly, the endorsement of the draft people strategy, which will be being considered fully at the HR committee in October. And I'll come to both of those. But first, I would like to reflect on where we currently are as a council and where we've been over the past few years. Somerset Council came into existence as a unitary council in 2023. And while work to deliver the One Somerset business case has gone on in the build-up to vesting day and continued afterwards, it became apparent that even delivering all the savings outlined in that business case would be wholly insufficient to deliver a sustainable, balanced budget for Somerset Council in the coming years. It became apparent that our projected budget gap was, for 2024-25, the year just past, was £100 million. So in the autumn of 2023, this executive declared a financial emergency and began a series of measures to accelerate the pace and increase the scale of the savings that had to be made. In February 2024, we passed a budget which delivered tens of millions of pounds of savings. In many cases, we have been able to work with partners in city, town and parish councils to mitigate those cuts and to protect the services our residents and communities valued the most. That same month, we launched an ambitious improvement and transformation programme to deliver our vision and organisational design principles. This included new organisational design, the workforce programme, which we have discussed already in this meeting, an innovation and change programme, our partnerships, devolution and localities programme, and a savings delivery plan. At the same time, we commenced work on the workforce programme, the closure report we have just considered, which has delivered an annual saving in excess of £33 million a year. Having made these significant savings at the same time as delivering transformational programmes such as My Life, My Future and Homes for Horizons, we know, as we always have said would be the case, that a further phase of transformation is necessary. At our July meeting, the executive approved the Inspiring Innovation Transformation Plan. I gave a lengthy overview of those proposals at that meeting, so I will not repeat myself today. However, I believe that document sets out clearly where we must go next. In order to be able to deliver the Inspiring Innovation Transformation Plan, to do things differently and do things better, and to deliver for the people and communities of Somerset, and to deliver a truly financially sustainable council in the time available to us, we need to bring in additional expertise and capacity. And that is why we need a strategic transformation partner. I want to take this opportunity to explain very briefly how this differs from some of the other initiatives which tend to be mentioned. This is not outsourcing. We're not handing over large swathes of this council's activities and services to an external supplier. This is not top-down restructuring of the council's workforce. We have restructured our workforce already. We've just considered the report on that. We're not handing over control of the council's activities to an external body. Somerset Council will remain in control of the activity undertaken through this contract. This is the appointment of a strategic partner. Our partner will work with us under the direction we have set. They will bring forward proposals for further work, but it will be down to this authority to decide whether or not to take them forward. In addition to agreeing the appointment of a strategic partner, we are asking the executive to endorse the draft people strategy. This is an incredibly important document that sets out our approach to the council's most valuable asset, our staff. This will be considered fully by the HR committee next month, but I would welcome the executive's endorsement of this strategy. I will now hand over to Sarah Cretney, the Service Director for Strategy and Performance, who will take us through the report.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this item on the whole council transformation update and the proposed appointment of a strategic transformation partner. As mentioned by Theo and by Clive before earlier in the meeting, Somerset Council is entering a critical phase in its transformation journey. We face unprecedented financial pressures and increasing service demands. And in this context, transformation is not optional. It is essential. It is one of two strategy recommendations, as you've heard from our external auditor. Today, I'm bringing forward a recommendation to appoint a strategic transformation partner to work alongside us in delivering the Inspiring Innovation Transformation Plan, which was approved in July this year. The strategic transformation partner will bring the external expertise, capacity and challenge that we need to identify and shape additional transformation opportunities alongside those that we have already identified, to accelerate delivery, validate and change our existing projects and build internal capacity and skills for sustained improvement and continuous improvement in the future. Further information about the scope of engagement of our strategic transformation partner is contained within paragraphs 7 to 10 of the report on pages 415 and 416. In relation to the procurement process and evaluation, a compliant open procedure was undertaken under the Procurement Act 2023. The tender process is outlined in the tender evaluation report, which is attached as Appendix A to this report. The suppliers were asked to respond to 6 questions, which the topics were: the first, cultural change, which had a 15% weighting. The second, change projects, a 12%. Third, short-term tactical solutions, 5%. New transformation projects, a further 12%. A case study at 8%, and future sustainable council model at 10%. Each question contains sub-criteria concerning what we expected to see covered. Those sub-criteria were not weighted, but all of this information is contained within the Transformation Partner Procurement Documentation C, which Conditions of Participation and Award, which was published as part of Supplement 1 to the exec papers for today. The bids were evaluated by a cross-functional team, including finance, HR, transformation and digital. Again, further information is included in Appendix A. Each evaluator scored independently prior to a moderation session where each question for each bidder was discussed and a consensus score with associated rationale was reached. The preferred bidder demonstrated sector experience, strong delivery credentials, and a commitment to social value. In terms of the scope of engagement, the initial and immediate work of the Strategic Transformation Partner includes 4 key areas and is set out in para 8 of the report on page 415. The 4 areas are reviewing and accelerating change projects, identifying short-term tactical solutions, scoping new transformation opportunities, and embedding cultural change, which we've also talked about today in the previous item. Recommendation 4 seeks an allocation of up to 1.5 million for the initial phase of the transformation activity, with the full contract set at 20 million over 5 years, plus the opportunity to extend a further 2. This investment is expected, as Theo said, to yield a return of £2.50 to £3 for every £1 spent, with some initiatives delivering even more. Importantly, the contract, a blank copy of which was published as part of Supplement 1 to these papers, includes open book accounting, capped profit margins, and termination clauses that protect the council's interest. Thinking about the governance and scrutiny for this, we're very grateful to the feedback from Scrutiny Committee, and concerns about governance, transparency, and resident engagement are being addressed. We're strengthening our governance arrangements, enhancing communications, and ensuring that residents remain at the heart of our work. Quarterly programme monitoring reports will be brought to scrutiny. The report, as Theo said, also seeks endorsement of the Somerset Council People Strategy, which is a key enabler of transformation programme. It sets out a vision for a skilled, resilient, and empowered workforce, and will be underpinned by Directorate People Plans. The People Strategy, which underpins the cultural and capability aspects of transformation, will be considered by the HR Committee in October. Subject to executive approval today, the next steps will focus on finalising the contract terms with the preferred strategic transformation partner and mobilising the initial phase of work. As set out in recommendation 5, we're seeking authority to finalise the contract to be delegated to the Executive Director for Resources Strategy and Transformation in consultation with the Section 151 officer and lead member for Transformation, Human Resources and Localities. Subject to decision by executive and standstill period and call-in period, the contract is scheduled to commence on the 1st of October 2025, with mobilisation activities beginning immediately thereafter. The priority work streams will be initiated during October and November. Regular programme monitoring reports will be presented to Scrutiny Committee for Corporate Resources and to this Executive Committee on a quarterly basis to ensure transparency and oversight, with additional workshops to support deeper engagement on specific areas as requested. These steps are to ensure that delivery begins at pace and with governance and assurance mechanisms in place to support successful implementation. In conclusion, This report sets out the proposes appointment of a strategic transformation partner as a vital step in delivering the scale and pace of transformation required. It is a partnership, one that will help us build a more agile, resilient and empowered council. And I commend the recommendations to you and welcome your questions.
Thank you for that. Now, just to note that the main report for this item is not confidential. Appendix B is, and if we need to discuss anything contained in that appendix, the committee will need to pass the resolution to exclude press and public. Okay. My understanding is we are not in a position to name the body to which this has been awarded, but we will be tomorrow. Is that correct? And I'm wondering if we could have an explanation as to why that is the case.
Thank you, Chair. In order to protect the confidentiality of the procurement process, we're not able to name the partner in public session today, simply because that decision hasn't been taken, and equally the procurement rules don't allow it until you have actually made that decision as an executive. Once that has been made, they will then be notified by the procurement portal, at which point it is then public information. So quickly after your decision today, depending on what the outcome of that decision is, they will then be notified and a public notification will be issued notifying who the partner is. But if you want to discuss the name of that partner, I'm afraid you'll need to go into confidential session today.
Thank you for that guidance. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear as to there were some ground rules there that we needed to follow. Right, can I just say there was a forest of hands all went up almost immediately and I didn't write them down. So I think question I needed to ask, I think it was Mike and Fed were first. Is that correct? Mike first.
Thanks very much, Bill, and thank you, Sarah, for the report. I don't mind saying that I am nervous about this. I don't think Southwest One is a reasonable comparison. It's not what we're trying to do here. But we do have two recent examples of council-wide transformation processes in Somerset, and it's fair to say that neither of them went well. I have some reassurance that we've approached this on a substantially different basis. For example, the one that I have most experience of at Somerset West and Taunton Council, it transpired, and this was something done by the previous administration, but it transpired that there was no written deliverable. All of the reporting was done verbally in meetings for which there were no minutes, which sounds staggeringly bad. I'm confident that we won't approach this in the same way, but I remain nervous. We've heard today that we've got a budget gap in 5 years' time of £208 million. We've also heard that we're not going to be able to cut our way out of that. We've also heard that we're not going to be able to see an appreciable level of increase in our income to get out of that. So I'm assuming then that we're expecting to transform our way out of the £208 million budget gap. And on that basis, is that the target that we're setting the bidder over the period of time that they're employed for, that's the number that they need to help us meet?
Just looking around for a volunteer, we would like that one. Duncan.
So in terms of the overall budget gap, it will be a combination of all of the things you mentioned. It won't just be one thing that deals with that budget gap. So it will be budget savings, it will likely be some forms of further cuts, it will be efficiencies, it will be increasing income where we can do so, and it will rely on transformation savings. So we'd expect transformation savings to be a big share of that, but it couldn't, in our view, possibly be all of that figure. We will be setting some targets for transformation partner once we get through the first phase. So the first phase that we're talking about today is the discovery phase, effectively about where the ideas come forward. It's then up to us as an organisation about what we want to take forward. That will be when we set the targets. Hopefully, if the timing works, so it is very tight, and I share your nervousness around some of this. If the timing works, hopefully that will be set in the budget process, where effectively you'll be saying, well, these are the targets we commit to.
Thanks. Just one quick comeback. Can you give us a rough idea of proportions? You know, we're not going to stick with this, but if you've got income generation, savings and transformation, roughly how much of the whole pot? And you know, it's not like we have to wait 5 years for the budget gap to get big. It's £90 million for next year. But, you know, roughly what are we going to be able to get out of transformation towards the problem?
So through you, Leader, I'm very reticent to give a proportion, mainly because we tried to give a proportion, I think it was in the April report or May, whenever we took the report. And it was, as we said at the time, an estimate. So we talked at one point about it being 70% transformation, 30% budget at the end of this financial year. But because of the procurement route that you're aware of, that timetable has changed. I expect it will be a larger saving now from the budget perspective and smaller saving from transformation of 70%. I couldn't give you figures honestly right now, to be fair, but that is the work that we're currently doing.
Federica.
Thank you, Chair. Mike slightly come up with a point that I was going to mention, because we both lived through the pain of what Somerset West and Taunton went through during its failed transformation, I would call it, as we were handed that council back in 2019. And I know that there are many people that are still here that learnt from that and will bring that to the table. For me, again, I'm nervous because it's around, spending a lot of money. But I also think that there are, maybe the media's had a role to play in this. I don't know, but actually I think there needs to be some very simple clarifications, which I believe Theo has looked to give today. And again, you can correct me if my understanding's wrong, Theo, in what I say here now, is that yes, there's a lot of money that we are saying today that we are going to be spending up into the rings of 20 million, but that's going to be broken down into different separate projects, each of them looked at in their own entities. So it's not spending £20 million all in one go. It's saying that as a council, do you know what? We've come a long way. People want us to be efficient with the way that we deal with public money. Do you know what? We've seen through the papers today that we shaved a lot of fat. Not even it was fat off this council, because there wasn't any fat there to begin with, but we've really streamlined it down. So we can be told that we have officers here who have got the capabilities, which they clearly do, but they don't have the time, to be able to take on any more additional work, because we are running business as usual of running a council that supports 580,000 people. So for me, this is about needing to spend extra money to bring additional resources in by people that do transformation as their bread and butter, who have additional skill sets that will come from other areas of the country and learn from them, that we do on a case-by-case basis. And by spending this money, for every pound spent, I think you said at least £2.50, £3 for every pound spent, we will get in return. So for me, I'd like us to move forward with it. We have the safeguarding kind of in the reports. It will keep coming back to executive. It can come back and we will have regular updates so that we can keep track of it. So I think we're doing the right thing. It's always hard to go outside of the council and to use consultants. It's always hard to see this much money being spent. But if it means that we don't have to take further difficult decisions of cutting services and we end up being even more modern and effective, and there's things like I know that I want us to do from our website for the ability to log stuff on our mobiles, all those kind of things, I see this as a step forward.
Thank you. Any points to respond to that? Theo, did you want to come back?
Yeah, if I could, I'm not going to correct Federica, certainly not in public. But actually, I think she's bang on the money with what she said there. Really, to respond to both Fed and Mike, I think the big difference, if we look at what we are doing here compared to many of the other transformation initiatives that people may look at from other predecessor organisations, is the level of control that will remain with Somerset Council throughout the process. This is not, we are allocating one massive contract over to you, external supplier, crack on and come back in 5 years, tell us what you've done. This is, we're putting in place an overarching contract. We're asking them to do an initial bit of work. That's what we're signing up to now. A lot of work in a short period of time, involving bringing in a lot of resources to get work done, feeding into the budget process and beyond that. And then as a result of that, we will have the option to commission further bits of work, and we can continue commissioning further bits of work if that's what we chose to do. But we don't have to. We could just say, after £1.5 million, after this bit of work, that's it, we don't want any more. Now, I don't think that is what's going to happen, because we're looking at building a genuine partnership that can work for the coming years and help us to genuinely transform the council. But at all times, we're going to have the levers will very much in our hands in terms of deciding whether we do things and whether we stop things. And we will not be committed to, paying consultants for years and years and years and getting nothing in return, as has happened in, other contracts in other places where you commit to, long-term contracts which involve long-term spend, and actually you're not getting very much out of them sometimes. That's not what we're doing. It's very much about us having the control over what's happened, and this council's democratic processes being used to make those decisions as we go forward.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously, you can't sit around this table and not take this decision incredibly seriously and look at all of the elements to it. But I think what I'm persuaded about, of all the points made previously, I do agree with, including the nervousness, but also the approach being right. The things I'm particularly bothered about and get some assurance about from what I've seen and read and heard is around the partnership element, that we're not having something done to us, nor are we expecting someone to come and fetch us something. It's got to be a partnership. We've got to learn from it. And I think the biggest thing, Mr. Heafy, I'll give you a full name, Clive, saying that we have to do things differently. And I think there's something about that cultural piece is the biggest bit. And to have somebody just turn that mirror on us, I think that would be very helpful to help guide all of the best behaviours and all of the best changes. So I think we do need an external person. I think you're absolutely right. We've got brilliant people. I think Bill, the chair, uses quite a brilliant staff, and they are brilliant. We've got brilliant people, but they need to be allowed to get on with their jobs and do things, and their capacity is really stretched. So I am persuaded with things I've seen that I think that culture piece needs somebody from the outside to support us, but working in a partnership way.
Sarah.
Yes, I think it might just be helpful if you could run us through, if you haven't already done this, I apologise if you have, slightly switched off a bit, the governance process for each time we have a business case. I think we're going to have business cases each time on the way through. And what's the governance process for that? So people know what's going to happen.
Thanks. So as Theo set out, this decision that we're looking for today, that this sets out the initial pieces of work, which includes the discovery piece, which is the 1.5 million. Any future work that comes out of that, what will need to happen is, and it's built into the specification, so it's part of the discovery to set up the business cases for actually what is proposed, what it will cost, what resources are required, and that will follow our existing governance processes. So, where that's a key decision, for example, that would go through our executive processes in exactly the same way. So that's what we'd expect to see after this initial and immediate phase of the work, which is outlined in the report today.
So is it going to go to scrutiny committee and anything to full council? I just want to know where people are going to get the chance to comment.
Yeah, so the business cases will come up, through the services and through the internal structures like the Inspiring Innovation Board and the Inspiring Innovation Assurance Board. But in line with all decision making, if they are of sufficient significance or sufficient value, then they will come to the executive. They may go to scrutiny if scrutiny wants to look at it. There will be opportunities throughout the process for scrutiny to look at individual business cases, and there will be opportunities for the executive to do that. But there will be a wide range of business cases of different scales and values. So some of them it would be appropriate for them to come to the full executive and for there to be, quite in-depth scrutiny work at it. Some of them will be smaller than that. It will have to be on a case-by-case basis, but there will always be those opportunities, as there are with all decision making at present.
And if I may, Chair, just to add to it, I think exactly as Councillor Theo Philip has said, the one benefit as well is having that forward plan. So a very clear plan of activity that will come through the first diagnostic phase and as this programme begins to develop, which means that not only will all members and the community be able to see those activities from the transformation plan, but also as part of the changes and developments in scrutiny, it will be then an opportunity for scrutiny to consider which matters they'd like to get into through either workshop, through further debate, or even executive would like to get into at an earlier stage as part of that development process. So what we're trying to do through this first phase is to be really clear what the output is likely to be, setting the forward plan very clearly, and then beginning that journey so that as you begin to develop and approve those business cases coming forward, you can see them as part of a complete picture rather than incremental pieces of transformation activity, but all over a complete plan. And I'm quite sure, and I definitely wouldn't put words in his mouth, I'm sure Mr. Heafy would agree that that will be part of the convincing messaging to MHCLG, to the auditor, and of course to the 151 as well, having that clear, consistent and developed plan. And that's what the first intention is of that output, of that first investment to be able to set the programme forward.
I do like the thunder as a backdrop to this discussion. It makes it very dramatic, doesn't it? It's a sign. It's a sign. But just to give you assurance, then that overall, when I'm looking at the MTFP going forward, I'm looking at these savings over a 4-year period, and nothing will go into the MTFP unless it's got an approved business case attached to it, and that tells me what's being done, how it's being done, when it's being done, who's doing it, what the resources are that are needed, what the investment is that are needed, what is the savings profile that's needed, what are the benefits realisation coming out? In other words, what benefits do we see and when could they be realised? All of that will come out of the individual business cases, and not one business case will go into the MTFP unless it's got to that approval stage. So that's why we need to focus on this front end to get that right, and why we need to accelerate it, to use the auditor's words, at pace.
Thank you, Mr. Heafy. That was enlightening. Sarah.
I just feel that it is the reassurance that I think everybody probably in this room feels they need to have, whether they're in the leadership positions we're in or in the opposition or whatever. They just need to know that they'll be able to track it through so that they can see it happening, because scrutiny have already made that point, if I may say, that they did want to see everything. Well, whether that's going to be possible or not, whether it's necessary, I don't know, but I would like to be able to see, a golden thread, to use the phrase, of what we're doing coming through so that we can just put it together and everybody will be aware of how it benefits the council and what happens. And I'm assured that that will happen, but I just need to be clear in public that that is what is going to happen.
Could I just make a few links here, Chair, if I may? Executive colleagues will remember back in April when we approved our new procurement strategy and our contract management framework, which will be extremely important with a contract like this. I also want to point out that Gavin Jones was the lead officer on our corporate peer challenge, who was the chief executive at Essex County Council when they planned and went into their whole council transformation. And of course, the Essex councils now are looking at local government reorganisation, which kind of proves that there's nothing new in the local government family world, but just how much we can learn from each other. And I think for me, the bit that I'm most, and I'm not saying that I'm anxious, because I'd be a lot more anxious if we were not looking at this decision today. But the thing that I most want to be assured about is the contract management. So how we can do that within the team we have here, whether we do need to bring in additional capability, resources. But as I say, I would be more anxious if we weren't doing this, if we hadn't called a corporate peer challenge, if we hadn't had that benefit of experience from other people in other councils in the country, and if we hadn't, under our previous 151 officer, got everything that we needed in order to agree and let this contract, because make no mistake, Maria Christofi did really good work, and all the people working to her, to make sure that we were in a much better place and compliant with the National Procurement Policy Statement and the Procurement Act of 2023. Thank you. So there is a question in there somewhere, Chair, about contract management and assurance that we need on that.
Chair, if I may, thank you. And it's absolutely critical. So a very pertinent question in terms of the success of a programme of this scale and a contract of this scale. What's quite clear is that we need to be clear around the mobilisation, and within the documentation that was submitted by all tenderers for this process, there was a clear view around how they would mobilise. Now, clearly, subject to this decision, we would then work with the successful tenderer, develop the mobilisation process as part of that. So that requires the development of the relationships that make the programme a success. And it was definitely a lesson learned, a key lesson learned through the My Life, My Future programme about developing the right relationships, the right connections with both senior and operational staff to ensure that was linking through. But more importantly, certainly from my perspective and lessons learned through different parts of delivery of activity across the local authority sphere, independent contract management is going to be critical. It's going to be critical because it will hold both parties to account, understanding the contract terms, ensuring that we have an ability to manage this contract effectively are going to be essential to the work that we do. So the role of an independent contract manager or contract management arrangement will enable us to make sure that we are being held to account as much as the contractor. That is outside of any oversight arrangement that members will put in place. I'll pause. But also to ensure that the contract management, the payment arrangements and the like are all managed as effectively as possible so that the administration of the contract doesn't become a burden to the actual delivery of some of the key transformational activities.
Okay. Are there any other members of the executive that wish to speak? No, I'll throw open to other members and go first to Councillor Sue Osborne.
Thank you. And I'm afraid, I'm nervous about this because, frankly, if we don't achieve what we want to achieve, then the outlook will be rather bleak, to say the least. A few questions I've got that have sprung up from that. Apart from the fact it does feel almost like we're starting this 12 months too late, which I think other people have alluded to, and maybe we should have looked at doing this or put the wheels in motion, perhaps at the first alert from the auditors, not waiting till we got to the red flag stage. But I do wish you well with this. I genuinely do. But other questions that I would have as well is in terms of managing the contract, the managing of the client contract. One of the things we learned, I think, on when you did a members briefing for contract management when the procurement rules were changing, was that it is not that difficult to lose 6 to 8% of a contract's value through poor contract management. So how are you going to actually, who is going to be managing and ultimately held accountable for the performance of the contract to make sure it does deliver what it does? You're using the right level of, hang on, I might have to be careful here in case I go into confidential, that you are using, or everything is matching up. How is that going to be managed? Actually, I don't know if you plan to go into confidential, but I think I'd feel slightly more comfortable in case some of the questions I ask cross the boundary. And one that is for public is that when you read paragraph 12 and 13 in the report, it talked about the extra responsibility that that scrutiny was going to have for overseeing. I know it was said at the 27 meeting, I think Mr. Heafy said that the baselines, so as we know where we're starting from, that those would be seen by scrutiny and that the business cases would come forward. I know Council Relation Audit said there would be something like 70 business cases coming forward, or potentially, that's what you said at audit. So my question then would be, how are you going to prioritise within the many areas of work that this council does? Which are the ones that come forward first? The ones that might make a difference to residents in terms of level of service, or the ones that are going to have the biggest impact in terms of cold hard cash savings, which is what you're looking at the end of the day. It's a massive challenge for us because I don't think in some of the research I did that any authority had managed to save the levels of savings we are going to be looking for in such a short period of time. They might have managed 100 million over several years, over 4 or 5 years, but they hadn't done it as quickly as what we need to do. And we've also got to look at as well, how long is it going to take the consultant, the winning bidder, to get established and embedded and to do the diagnostics. That's going to need to be done fairly quickly. And also, if scrutiny, corporate and resources, or any other committees of scrutiny are going to have sort of additional meetings to go through the business plans, to look at the performance reports and all the rest of it, that's going to require extra democratic service support. As I understand it, that's a pretty tight budget for Scott, who's our Democratic Services Manager, to run. Is there going to be any funding to support the work of scrutiny from the total transformation budget, which I think in one of the paragraphs it totals up to about 77 million overall. The payment to the contractor is only part of it. There is all the other bits that will flow from that in terms of investment.
So I'm up to 5 questions that I've noted down so far. How many more do you have?
I'll leave it at that.
Is that okay?
I would leave it at
Because
that,
I'm going to, and you'll have to forgive me. I think I've noted them.
Yeah.
But
There is one.
I'll try and get you the answers. Is what I'm trying to
Thank you
say.
very much. But there is one final one. Actually, I think this might come because it's an acronym used in the Appendix B papers, but no one has actually spelt out explicitly what it means. So I may need to leave that one till then.
Okay.
I think Peter's going to tell me the answer.
Turn the mic off. Okay, so we'll go to Mr. Sharkey to answer first.
Thank you, Leader. I'll hand on to Mr. Jones in a second, if that's okay. So in terms of contract management and client management, you're absolutely right, it's a critical issue. So what we learned, and it's actually in the report the executive just looked at in terms of workforce programme, is that we do need to try and use our own staff where we can because they have that knowledge, that experience, and we need people to actually be able to run this when any partner we're working with is no longer in the organisation. But we need to make sure we understand how we're backfilling, how we're bringing resource, and it doesn't necessarily mean we do have the right skill sets within the organisation for all the elements that we'll be looking at. So part of the work we're doing now is considering how we'll not just look at the contract management, which you're right is very important, but also effectively helping use this frame, the clienting. We need to know who it is who day to day is liaising and making sure we're getting the right activity on a daily basis. So we're just having those conversations within the officer core and we'll work that through. I expect we will use a small element of the funding that's available for transformation to provide that backfill for existing officers or potentially bring in resource if we need something specialist. Whether that extends to scrutiny and support for democratic services, I don't know at this point in time. I would hope that scrutiny would work to prioritise in the same way the rest of us will. I think it was 40 business cases Councillor Lation was talking about when she spoke. They will all, as has been said already, be at different levels. Some of those will hopefully be fairly straightforward. We'll be able to take it through with officer decision making. It shouldn't be that big an issue in terms of existing constitutional and governance arrangements. Some of them will be significantly bigger than that. You would want to see scrutiny look at them. Till we get a sense of the balance of those things, then we couldn't possibly answer the question. The only thing I would say is we're also at the same time running all the work on the budget process. These business cases will be part of the budget process. So there will be all that additional resource that we put into preparing the budget, scrutinising the budget, consulting on the budget, which will be working on those business cases as well. So that prioritisation will very much depend. I suspect the answer to your question is a little bit of both in terms of is it about what makes the biggest bang for the bucks or what affects the public. But the real answer to the prioritisation is what order can we actually get them delivered in? Because what we need to do is be able to take forward business cases that can be delivered. And if they all start to hit the same bottleneck as part of the process, or they're all affecting the same area at the same time, we couldn't actually deliver them all in that way. So part of that sequencing, which we will need some support with, is say, how do we use the resource we've got between ourselves and the partner to actually make that programme of activity work and cover the period we need it must hit the needs of the budget process in terms of the finances, but also it needs to be deliverable. There's no point setting it out because it's the right number if it can't actually be delivered in practice. So I think that's the first 2 or 3 points, but if I could hand over to Mr. Jones, Leader, if that's okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, Alan.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow, in terms of the balance of proposals, just to follow what the Chief Executive has just said, essentially all of the tenderers that submitted were acutely aware of the need for the transformation process and how this would fit within the overall process for effectively creating a sustainable financial picture, but also a transformed local authority. So nobody that's participated in this process is under any illusion of the circumstance that Somerset Council is in and the need for transformation as part of that process. So they're absolutely acutely aware of that. I think as well, as part of it, the diagnostic phase will give us that identification of those ideas, those plans, those proposals, what they will save, what their likely timescales are likely to be. And then from that, to your point around scrutiny in particular, that's where we can start to develop that forward plan. So we can start to use the time that's available to scrutiny to focus on those areas of key interest, either those areas that are specific interest to scrutiny, or moreover, executive would like scrutiny to consider prior to being brought forward. And one of the core elements of the changes to scrutiny that's being presented to council, as Councillor Theo but Philip made earlier, is essentially those changes to allow that dialogue to take place between executive and scrutiny, to allow those things to be referred in rather than the retrospective process or simply decision by decision scrutiny. So the forward plan that comes from diagnostic is probably the core elements of what I would add. Thank you, Chair.
Did we get an answer, or will the contractor hit the ground running?
I think it's fair to say, Chair, my apologies for missing that one. It's fair to say that, again, all contractors, all potential tenderers were fully aware of the circumstance that they're going to be coming into. So very rapid mobilisation process, but also being able to twin track those proposals. But Sarah's been reviewing the documentation intimately to assure us of that. So
I think it's worth just mentioning here about some of the timescales that are included within the specifications. So specifically, there is a kind of 12-week period from the 1st of October where we are setting up in terms of the review of the change projects, in terms of identifying short-term tactical solutions, but also in terms of the diagnostic. So we'd expect after that 12, we'd expect throughout that, during that 12-week period, but after that to be able to share some of the outputs from the wider diagnostic, which will be where the business cases start coming forwards.
Thank you. And as I was going to use the word fallback position, but it's not in a way, all the existing governance arrangements in terms of decision making still apply throughout this process. So, yes. So member engagement, call in, all of those, yep. those systems all remain in place. It's not existing in a vacuum, and that includes sign off by opposition, lead members and chairs of scrutiny and so on. So just to add that reassurance into the governance process. Now I've got a whole, go on
on that point, that it's not that's the fallback, that is the only system we've got.
Yeah.
So that's the system we'll be using. There's nothing on top of that system because of this.
Yeah, I knew fallback was the wrong word. I've ticked all your questions, Sue, but I'm not sure I captured them all. Yay. Yeah.
Right, yeah, I think you virtually have. There is another question, but I'm not sure whether this would come under confidential or not. So shut me up very quickly if it does.
Or do you want to write it down, and I'll go to Councillor Mansell and Stanton, and then I'll get the monitoring officer to adjudicate.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It's
yeah, I don't want to have. Okay, thanks ever so much. So I'll come back to you, I promise.
Okay.
Councillor Dave Mansell.
Thank you, Leader. Right, yes. I mean, we have to observe, and others are reflecting this, that the council clearly remains in a dire financial situation, and I think we also need to recognise that we've had 15 years or more of something like this, where we've been seeking and implementing savings, and this is the latest phase of it. Now, and this phase involves the appointment of a strategic partner, costing up to £20 million, substantial amount of money. As has been raised at scrutiny, though, it is difficult to actually understand how it is, in reality, going to deliver further the further savings. We can get a bit of a grasp of it, but there's a real lack of detail in the proposals here. So we will be finding out as we go along. And including in that, as has been reflected in some of the discussion, it's hard to understand, or we can't understand at this stage, what the contribution is going to be to closing the budget gap that and the future budget gaps that the council has. Now, we can get some sense of it, I would assume, from the amount that will be paid to the contractor and the return on investment. That suggests that the savings that might be expected are in the order of 50 to 60 million pounds, which is clearly a long way short of the gap that needs to be closed. Now, Duncan did reflect this in his comments, that there will need to be a mix of further savings, that this is only part of what the picture that is needed. It looks to me that there will have to be serious consideration given to some sort of increase in council tax. I think we all fear, but maybe expect, that there are going to need to be significant further service cuts and further staff reduction. That seems inevitable in what's before us, but doesn't really quite feel as though it's being stated. Now, in terms of how this programme might go, and again, sort of reflected to some degree in the discussion there's been, my preference would have been to have more internal delivery using our own staff and engagement with members. I can accept that external support would be needed, but I would have liked to have seen more internal. We seem to be having a lot of external with this partnership. Now, finally, I would like to draw attention to the scrutiny recommendations that were made, which have sort of come from two meetings and are covered pages 421 and 422, and particularly those in paragraph 34, and the middle three bullet points there, whereby scrutiny recommended that the quarterly programme monitoring reports for this work, that they come to scrutiny ahead of executive, that service changes come through relevant scrutiny committees ahead of executive, and this partly reflects that we have been seeing some of these things happening afterwards, and there's little point in that. If you've already taken the decision, us commenting and making recommendations doesn't have a lot of effect. So I hope that will be fully taken on board. And the other one, that processes should examine not just the risks but mitigations too. Could I suggest that you might wish to actually incorporate those in your recommendations today? So they're already stated there, and you could endorse those and incorporate those in the recommendations and your decision today. Thank you.
Okay, can we get a response to Dave on that, Liz?
Chair, I just want to respond with regard to the timeline for budget setting. We have already had that in an earlier paper today. If business cases that form transformation also form part of budget setting for 26-27, which we have already heard they will, we already know what that timeline is. And as I said at Corporate and Resources Scrutiny, and without wishing to offend anyone, I'll say the same thing again. If we wish to delay the business cases, if we wish to delay the budget setting and delay where we can make change and savings, and then we are not able to set a balanced budget or a budget that would be acceptable to MHCLG, we will only have ourselves to blame. So I understand why there is a view, and it is clear in here that that all service changes come through the relevant scrutiny committee ahead of executive committee. We do that, we will not have time to set a budget in time to go out for consultation and scrutiny before our budget setting deadline of the 11th of March 26. We are right up against the deadlines here. And I think we have to accept that, because if we don't accept it, we don't accept that we can find a way through to setting a budget for 26-27. And as I say, we'll only have ourselves to blame. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments to Mr. Mansell's points? Oh, Alan, sorry, I was looking at Councillor Butler. There, so like playing tennis here.
Apologies, Chair. I think I'd just re-emphasise my point, and in terms of the recommendations or the feedback that was set out in the report, particularly at paragraphs 30, to re-emphasise that the importance of the forward plan of those transformation savings, so the development of those initiatives, ideas and areas of search that were set out within the transformation plan, being able to bring those to fruition, setting out that forward plan so that then scrutiny can see the proposals that are coming forward right from the outset in total, and be able to consider those matters that they wish to believe are worthy of further scrutiny or engagement for the reasons that Councillor Mansell may have set out, which could be service change, or they could have engagement impact, for example, with the community. They're all matters that could be considered as part of the development of that forward plan. So in considering that point and making that statement, I do so in the knowledge of all the recommendations that are set out in the report, because that's the critical part of the balance between the delivery of proposals that we need to meet with the budget requirements, but also recognising the feedback from scrutiny. So that forward planning exercise, that diagnostic that will give us that forward plan, is critical.
I just want to come back, Chair, to say if we were looking at a transformation programme that only covered 1 year, 26-27, I would understand scrutiny's concern. We're looking at a programme that will cover multiple years. And I do genuinely believe that there will be the time and the opportunity for all the scrutiny committees to play their part as we work through this. But we will not be working through any of it if we can't set a budget in February or early March 26.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to Councillor Stanton. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments, really. I was temporarily on the scrutiny committee that reviewed this a few weeks ago, as a result of which I've asked to join that committee permanently. In fact, I see an email today to say that that's happening. So I'm looking forward to being part of the review process. Just a couple of comments. Firstly, a couple of people have mentioned the amount of spend on this. It's not spend. We must keep talking about this as investment, because there's a return promised. So every time someone mentions the term spend, it sounds as if we're using up taxpayer money, whereas there's going to be a return on this unless something goes very, very wrong. So it's an investment on which there's a return, and I'd urge everybody to please use the term investment rather than spend when they're talking about this. Dave, for instance, Councillor Mansell talked about cost. Lack of detail, I don't think there was. I thought there was as much detail as one would expect at the stage that scrutiny reviewed it. Could more be done internally? I mean, as an ex-management consultant and having been on this council a number of years, I don't think it could be done by the available staff. As has already been said, there's a business as usual to conduct, and it's absolutely right to bring in outsiders, good outsiders, to do this. So I think it's being done the right way. It is, Dave Mansell rightly said, we need scrutiny to see the recommendations before they go to executive. So let's stick with that, please. But I just want to say, looking forward to the decision being announced, and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell, is that legacy, or are you wanting another bite of the cherry?
Another small bite, if I may.
Maybe a nibble.
And okay, I hope that's what it is. And I must say that I don't think anyone's wishing to propose, including myself, delaying the budget. It's a process we have to get through, but also get through, in the best way that we can, involving all of the members who take the decision, which is all of us. So I've noted what's said, and a lot of this will be in the processes adopted. There's a little bit of reassurance, not entirely. My little nibble will be with regard to the quarterly monitoring programme reports. Can we ask that those come to scrutiny, which was part of the recommendation? So this is making sure we're in at the right stage, the stage that we should be in.
Sure, I've read that somewhere. It's not in a recommendation, but it is in the report, I think. On the items in 34. Right, so it's a recommendation from scrutiny that the quarterly reports go to scrutiny. I would have thought they would anyway, wouldn't they? Yeah, we're happy to include that as in the point. Yeah, I'm sure you'll take on board Councillor Lyson's comments. We're not trying to avoid scrutiny. It's just that recognition that the budgetary timetable that we're being set out at the moment is once again challenging. And please remember that the whole budget goes through scrutiny, so there is that another opportunity to go through scrutiny at that point as well, if you get my meaning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, so again, yes, you may ask your question. I believe it has been officially cleared.
My question has been officially cleared. So in the interests of openness and transparency, this was my question. I asked a question about the proposed transformation advisory group, which is going to be set up post award of the contract and once it starts running. I asked who will actually be sitting on this group. Will it be independent people from outside? Will opposition members, will opposition leaders be invited onto that group, so it actually is truly cross-party? And also, how does it sit and fit in with the current assurance board structures which was run with so far, and who will it actually report its findings, recommendations and decisions to? Thank you.
So, Chair, if I may, the advisory group that's effectively set out, so the assurance group that's set out within the documentation is there to provide oversight around the programme and its delivery. But we've set out already that the mechanisms for reporting through scrutiny and through executive as part of that public process. So we wouldn't have, or not recommending as part of this decision, that there would be opposition representation on that group, because there are already a number of mechanisms that are reported either through scrutiny, task and finish, through individual briefings, and ultimately executive as part of that process. And to your final point in regard to oversight, final oversight will sit with executive as part of that reporting, but clearly as part of that process, all the usual communications will be in place. So everything from members' information sheets, regular briefings to you as opposition member, for example, but also ensuring that we've got all of the information set out within those scrutiny briefings that we've just talked about, and ultimately executive as well as part of the quarterly reports.
I was just going to pick up on the transformation advisory group, which so that will have independent representation on it, and it doesn't replace the assurance board, which I think is what Mr. Jones was just saying. Just to confirm that.
Thank you. That's fine. So this will be an additional body and will sit over or alongside. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Theobald Philip.
Thank you. I mean, I'm assuming that no one else wants to say anything, because I thought I'd try and come in at the end. Yeah, I mean, just responding to a few of the points that have been made. A couple of Dave's points. So it's worth noting that this isn't the whole of the transformation expenditure, or rather, we're not going to spend everything we spend on transformation on this partner through this contract. We have a sizable budget for transformation. We know the scale of the programme, and a lot of it will be spent on actually implementing stuff ourselves and investing in stuff ourselves, but very often with the support and in partnership with the strategic partner. In terms of should we be doing more internally ourselves, I think we've got the balance right. I mean, I think we are doing an enormous amount internally ourselves, and we continue to do as much as we can ourselves. But we know that we do not have the capacity or all of the expertise to do all of this work. And frankly, as I have said before, I don't believe any council anywhere ever has had all of that capacity and expertise at the same time as we would need it. So this is the right approach from that point of view. Councillor Osborne's point about are we 12 months too late? I think it's really important to realise we can't do everything all at once, much as we might want to. And the work that we have been doing over the past year and a half or so has really put us in a position where we're able to get the maximum out of this work. If we had commenced this work before we had restructured the council, we would not have been in anywhere near the sort of position we would want to be in, to be able to learn from this work and to be able to make the most of it, because of the level of uncertainty and the level of change that would have already have been going on within the organisation. And you can't do everything. That's why, just like with the phasing of the transformation programme, we're going to have to look at the business cases and see which of them we can do when, as the chief executive talked about the fact that some of them will not be things that you can do at the same time, because they all have to fit together. They will all draw on resources, and we have to make sure that we're drawing on the available resources in the available places. And the thing I didn't say in my introduction is we have to consider what the alternative to this approach would be. Now, we've heard some people, and this isn't limited to people who don't normally sit on the council. This is a subject which has come up time and again over the last few years, who think that it would all be solved if we declared a 114 notice and brought in commissioners, and it wouldn't. That wouldn't actually put us in any a better position. In fact, frankly, it would put us in a worse position than where we are. We'd still have to do all of the work of transformation and closing the gap. We just have to do it with commissioners taking their fees out of it and telling the people of Somerset, what services they were allowed to have. We could try and do all of this work ourselves within the council, but frankly, that's not realistic in terms of the pace we need, and we all know we need to increase the pace. So I do think that there are other things we could try, but I don't think there are other things that have anything like the likelihood of success that this does. But I will re-emphasise, I think, more or less where I started. One of the crucial things about how this has been structured, how our relationship with the strategic partner has been structured, is that control of the whole process will remain with Somerset Council and its democratic decision-making processes. We will be in the driving seat. Our partner will be a partner, possibly a navigator, but we'll be making the ultimate decision of which way to go.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else who wishes to speak. Certainly just reflecting on some of the comments that have been made. Part of my various roles is I've had the pleasure of speaking to leaders in Croydon, Birmingham, Liverpool and Woking councils, none of whom would recommend going down the 114 route in any way, shape or form. If anyone sees that as a solution, please go and speak to people in those areas. It is a particularly painful. I'm very aware that, as chair of South West Councils, I speak to a number of councils. Cornwall went unitary in 2009, are still having things that they're dealing with from that merger. That merger, it is a journey. It's not an event. It takes time. We've been told today that we're going too late. We're doing this too late. We're doing it too soon. We're doing it too quick. We're doing it too slow. All of which may well be fair comment, but I wouldn't start from here if I were you. That's the least helpful direction you can ever give anybody. We are here, and this is the decision that we need to make in order to make this council sustainable in the future for our residents. So we have recommendations before us, which are to appoint the proposed supplier as outlined in the confidential tender evaluation report at Appendix B, and to engage the council strategic transformation partner to work alongside the council to deliver the aspiring innovation transformation plan. We have agreed the case for exempting the information set out in Appendix B as it contains commercially sensitive information, as the case for the public interest in maintaining the exception outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. We've not needed to exclude the press and public, so recommendation 3 falls. Recommendation 4, we note the initial budget of the tendered price from the preferred supplier set out in confidential tender evaluation report Appendix B, and agrees to allocate up to £1.5 million for this initial phase of transformation activity from the transformation budget. 5, delegates authority to the Executive Director, Resources, Strategy and Transformation, in consultation with the Section 151 officer and lead member for Transformation, Human Resources and Localities, and finalise the terms of the contract with the Strategic Transformation Partner. 6, endorses the Somerset Council People Strategy 2528, which is an Appendix C, that demonstrates the alignment with our overall transformation approach, noting the approval of the People Strategy is a matter for the HR Committee in October, and that we've considered the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny comment and recommendations following their meetings on the 30th of July and 27th of August contained in paragraphs 30 and 32 with this report. And I'd like to add, and agrees that the quarterly report go to the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny Committee as requested. Okay, are we all happy with those proposals? Can I see a proposer, please? Let's thank Councillor Theo Butt-Philip. Can I see a seconder, please? Councillor Sarah Wakefield. Can I see those in favour, please? Those against? That's clearly carried. Okay, so we move on to item 17, and I'd like to call on Councillor Mike Rigby. Oh, oops. We've lost him, Rigby. Can I just take the opportunity to thank all the members of staff who've worked on the transformation and the people strategy. It's been a huge amount of work, and we do truly appreciate the amount of work, particularly at pace at one point, to be able to get through all this documentation. And Councillor Rigby's come off the subs bench in order to deal with the Hewish Park item 17.
Apologies, I had a quick work call I need to take. Regrettably, I don't have my maybe I have to declare that my Yeovil Town shirt on. Did pay for it myself, just to be clear. Members will be aware of the fact that Somerset Council, through inheriting assets from South Somerset District Council, owns the freehold to the ground at Yeovil Town Football Club. There was an agreement put in place between South Somerset District Council and the previous owners, whereby they had the right to buy that back. The ground is currently leased back to them. It was part of an effort undertaken in 2022 by South Somerset District Council to help the club out of its financial difficulties at that time. The owner with whom that agreement was made has sold the club. The club now has some new, very ambitious owners that I've spent some time with over the last 4 or 5 weeks, and they want to extend the deadline, which I think is the 7th of May 2026. They want to extend that deadline for 2 years. That was a conversation that had already been underway between the council and the previous owner. We'd agreed to do that, and I see no reason why we shouldn't agree to extend that opportunity to the new owners. They're keen to buy the site back, but they are nevertheless putting together a bigger plan for what comes next, and it may take them a little time, certainly beyond May, before they're ready to make that transaction. We currently receive a rent from the ground. The rent is index linked. We're quite comfortable with that amount of money being paid on a regular basis, and regardless of this recommendation to extend the period of time for the buyback, the rent will continue to be paid, continue to be index linked. Our asset is secure, and just for full disclosure, we don't have any say in the running of the club. We just own the freehold of the ground. That's the recommendation, that we extend that for 2 years, and I'd like the executive support to do that, please.
Thank you. Anything to add, Chris? Nothing from Chris. Roberts. Good afternoon, Roberts.
No,
Anything to add?
Good afternoon. No, I think Councillor Rigby has covered all the key points.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments and questions from members of the executive? Yes, Sarah.
It sounds a good plan to me, if they are planning to buy it. I mean, there isn't really any alternative, is there? I mean, yeah, we don't have to extend it, but if they came up with the money, we'd probably sell it to them anyway, wouldn't we?
I think that's a fair point, Sarah. Yeah, I don't think we'd turn it down, although I am quite comfortable with the revenue that it's currently generating.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Keach.
Thank you. I need to declare 2 bits of interest. One, I've been a season ticket holder at Yeovil Town Council until fairly recently for about, well, more years than I'll ever admit to. Secondly, I was also leader of the council that signed up to this agreement back in 2022. So I am fully aware. Councillor Rigby said that the original owner had now sold it to somebody else. No, there's been another owner in between. This is the 3rd owner since 2022. And for whatever reason, the other group sold to these new people. I don't have a major problem with it, except as this is a fairly new owner, one is assuming that him or his group did their due diligence and were well aware of the buyback clause and the May 26th expiry date. I'm just a little bit anxious as to why they now want a further extension. And having been involved in this since day one, I think certainly Robert will understand my nervousness about football club owners. Okay, we're not Premier League and we're not Newcastle or any of the other ones, but there's just a little bit of nervousness for me as to why, having only within the last few months bought the club, because the people who bought it from the original owners sold it, and there's just a little bit of nervousness, but I'm not going to oppose this. I don't have a vote anyway. I just want people to be aware that I don't think this is quite as straightforward as it looks on paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Val, and my profound sympathies for having been a Yeovil supporter for so long. Mike.
That's quite all right, Bill. Thank you for your condolences.
Well, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for Yeovil fans over the last 10 or 12 years. There's no doubt about that.
Longer than that.
Probably. I have had a conversation with Councillor Keach about this, and I think that I don't think there's anything to worry about in this. I think the issue is that the previous owners, let's go for the middle owner. I think even that Val's reminded us that there were 3. This was negotiated with the middle owner, and I think it would be odd if we then refused to carry that out on behalf of the new owners. It's a bit like Agratas, isn't it? In that the previous people were offered a new motorway junction and they thought, well, why can't we have one as well then? It's much the same, I think, and I think there's no particular issue with being concerned about the transaction being completed. And I know from all of the fans' perspective, they very much want that to happen. And I think we want that to happen. But what I don't want to do is to rush the new owners into having to make early decisions. I think they've got some pretty chunky plans for the club. Looks very ambitious to me. And I'm not nervous about them following through on that. Although I, like Val, I would like to see that ultimately happen.
Thank you. Roberts, would you like to add?
I just had a bit of assurance for Val, and of course, one can never speak for other people's, that you can hear what they tell you. You don't know everything. But I think it is fair to record that the owner in the middle of the three approached the council asking if in principle we would extend the buyback option, and we had said subject to executive decision we were supportive, and that was shared with the buyer. So their due diligence made them aware that there was likely to be support for extending it, and I think they would have done due diligence, but I don't know why anyone buys a football club, honestly. But I think that you start seeing money going out the door very quickly, and we are covered because we get this really significant rent all the time until they buy back, and the purchase price is also index linked, so it keeps going up. So we have two levels of cover, and the original defence that the underlying land, should it ever come back to us, is of value as well.
Thank you. Councillor Keach, how are your nerves doing?
They're fine.
Thank you. I just wanted you to be less nervous after the two answers than more nervous.
No, that's fine. I just needed to express my concerns, but that's fine.
I think that reassurance I think is particularly helpful. Anybody else wishing to contribute? Not seeing any members of the executive. Any other members online or in the room? Going, gone. That's fair warning. And so we move to our recommendation, which is to note the contents of the report, in particular the history of the council ownership of the freehold of Hewish Park, approves the recommendation to extend the period of the option to buy back the freehold to the 17th of May 2028, subject to the detail in the report, and delegates authority to make all the necessary arrangements and agreements to extend the period for the option to buy back the freehold to the Executive Director for Community Place and Economy in consultation with the lead member for Economic Development, Planning and Assets. Please may I see a proposer for that? Councillor Rigby, can I see a seconder? Councillor Theobald Philip, can I see all those in favour, please? Can I see those against? That is clearly carried. So the scheduled finish time for this meeting is 4 o'clock. It's only 15:27 now, so we've got another half hour to fill if you would like to, ladies and gentlemen. However, we could adjourn the meeting early, and I thank everybody for their support, and particularly them services. Oh, stop the meeting. Stop the meeting. Stop the pigeon. Let's stop. Catch the pigeon, that's the one. Okay, thanks very much, everybody.